Welcome to the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Boeing Airshow and the Apollo Mechanical Cup.
Test 1, 2. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the 76th Seafair Weekend Festival here on Lake Washington in Seattle. My name's Rob Ryder, and with me,
I'm Brian Westbrook. I am very proud to be here, a local guy, grew up in the Pacific Northwest, and this means a lot to me personally. My dad used to work at Boeing. My dad was in the Air Force. I fly Alaska Airlines, all big sponsors, all big parts of this festival. It's great to be out here. It's great to be on Lake Washington. What a gorgeous view. We've got a lot of great things going on Lake Washington. You know, Rob, there's a full day of activities here. It's not just about the air show, but there's Apollo Mechanical Cup H1 Unlimited Racing. We have the Grand Prix Hydroplane Racing. And I think there's something happening above the lake. You want to tell us about that?
we sure have a great show in the air as well. So this makes it a double threat, and we've got a great group of aerobatic performers, including Melissa Burns. She's going to fly an American-built unlimited aerobatic airplane called the Edge 540. And we've got so much more. Helicopters, we've got aircraft from the military, including the F-16 Fighting Falcon, the F-35B from the United States Marine Corps, and we also have, what's the name of that?
Gosh, the green dodecahedrons.
No. Yeah, that's right. Of course, the United States Navy's Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels from Naval Air Station Pensacola, Florida, and they will be tearing up the skies. The skies are a little bit not like what we had hoped for, Brian. We've got some fires in the area, and that's causing a little bit of not burning the marine layer off. So what's going on with the fires?
Well, I tell you what, there's a lot of area fires that we have to worry about this time of year. They come through from Canada and all over. But the good news is we've seen over the last couple of days the weather has cleared up. The skies have parted. We're hoping that'll happen again today, because when the Blue Angels hit, that blue sky, the Blue Angels, it's just going to be incredible. And I'm already having goosebumps just thinking about being here, bringing it to all of you.
Indeed. Now, let's take a look at something that happened just a little bit earlier today. We talked about helicopters. There is not a boater out here who doesn't depend on your United States Coast Guard. And we had a demonstration of one of their aircraft. It's the MH-65 Dolphin with that special Fenstrom tail rotor that keeps the noise down and protects people. Four-man or four-person crew, I should say, in this medium-range helicopter. Has a top speed of about 140 miles per hour, and it is involved in a lot of search and rescue stuff. Watch him as it comes in. As we watch the MH-65 Dolphin helicopter come in, there are four crew members. We have an aircraft commander, the pilot, who sits in the right seat in the front, and a co-pilot in the left front seat. There are two other crew persons aboard. One is a flight mechanic, and the job of the flight mechanic is to make sure that everything behind the pilots is working, including, as you see right there
on the left here.
That is a very, very important part of it. That's a hoist. It can support 600 pounds, can raise and lower that, anybody or anything attached to it, at about 200 feet per minute. Now, as it comes in, the flight mechanic will help direct the pilots in toward the survivor who has gotten on channel 16A and called for Mayday or whatever it happens to be. But this is pretty amazing. They got about 100 of these around in the fleet nationally.
And there's about 3,000 Coast Guard men and women in the Northwest region. And you mentioned boaters, Channel 16. I've done a lot of boating in my day, not only Lake Washington behind us, Lake Union. You get on to Puget Sound. We have a large waterway in the Pacific Northwest. We rely on the Coast Guard to keep us safe and to be there to bail us out when there is an emergency. We also have one of the largest ferry systems in the world, certainly in North America, taking passengers over to Bremerton and Bainbridge Island daily. Commuters rely on that. Coast Guard officers in both boats and in the air keep those vessels safe And we have a large cruise port. This is busy cruise port season, so the Coast Guard is there keeping those vessels, those large cruise ships that can hold thousands of people, whether it be Pier 91 or Pier 66, they keep them safe as well, whether they're escorting them in and out of Elliott Bay, or in this case, as you can see in this demo that we're watching on your screen, in the event something doesn't go well, something happens that maybe was unexpected, they can hoist them out of the water using that technology with that very, very highly skilled and professionally trained crew that can do such amazing maneuvers. It's great to watch.
Now we see the flight mechanic there in the doorway. Also in there is another person, the rescue swimmer. Now there's a couple of ways to get that rescue swimmer into the water. And as they hover, as they hover there right out in front of the crowd, they're going to lower the aircraft down to within 15 feet of the water. And he can either be, or she can either be lowered by the hoist or just jump right out and into the water to find and rescue, work with the survivor and assess the health condition of the survivor, and then figure out different ways to pick that person up and get the person back to safety. Here we go, just about ready to see him drop in. Only about a 15-foot drop, and yet underneath that rotor system on that MH-65 Dolphin, they're hurricane force winds.
Yeah, that's a dangerous activity there, something that you do not want to try at home. I will also tell you that I knew that was the rescue swimmer because they're wearing fins. That was the dead giveaway there. But the good news is here, not only are they professional at what they're operating, he dives right into the water there. He's got his
for the hand
buoy
to come up.
Yep.
You see that? That means I'm okay.
I'm okay. It's like the thumbs up, if you will. And obviously swimming over toward the person or items that need to be rescued, person or persons. It's important to get there quickly, to get a buoy on that person, to get them some air, and then, if necessary, hoist them right up. They may also bring other resources from the water. This is just an incredible thing to see, and this is a fantastic time to see it and to appreciate. One, wear your life jacket when you're out on the water. Make sure that you have a safety plan. There's a lot of different equipment that you can have, even if you have the smallest boats, to make sure that you can help these rescue swimmers in those first few minutes. Here's that thumbs up.
Now I want you to look carefully at this. We're going to look here as they get lifted up. There's several ways to get them lifted up, either in a basket with a mesh basket, or a litter, which is like a wooden cot if that survivor is unable to be okay and be ambulatory, but they can get that person way back. Channel 16, the U.S. Coast Guard, 15,000 miles of coastline and inland waterways they take care of, and they are the smallest branch of the United States military. You can put all the members of the Coast Guard, active duty and reserve, into Yankee Stadium.
And of course, not with the Yankees playing. I feel like that would be a bad idea. Or as we say here, the Seattle Mariners at T-Mobile Park. You could put them all in there as well. Also, I want to give a shout out to the other units here in the Pacific Northwest that help. Look, I love that wave. That's great. Like, okay, here we go. And this, again, just a demo that you're watching on the screen, happened a little bit ago. We also have the Seattle Harbor Patrol, Mercer Island Harbor Patrol. All of these agencies work together to keep boaters safe in the Northwest.
All right, now let's take a look at what's coming in here. This is only a handful of times that we're going to see this airplane because there are so few of them around. This is a Canadian Boeing Canada built World War II PBY-5A amphibian Catalina patrol bomber PBY for Consolidated Aircraft, making a landing. This is really spectacular footage that we get to see, and it is controlled on just like a boat. It is an amazing flying boat, very small, but this particular PBY Catalina actually saw World War II combat and sank a U-boat, and they did it with depth charges. Even though the U-boat was firing at this aircraft, they were able to sink it. The Army Air Force had some of these as well that they used for search and rescue, water rescue of their pilots. But it's pretty amazing what the airplane has been able to do, and there are very few flying. We are seeing a very rare demonstration of the Catalina.
Yeah, delivered in 1943 to the Royal Canadian Air Force, and just versatility of amphibian, but also an air vehicle. You can see there, this is fun to watch for one, and also just look at that, the Princess of the Stars there in the waters of Lake Washington with an exciting demonstration that kind of puts both, for me anyway, puts both the air show and the water show, sort of pulls Seafair all together in one exhibit right here. Just an absolutely incredible, and as you mentioned, very rare. It's a treat to be able to see this operating, to be able to see this demonstration, and to watch the just majestic nature of this aircraft, this PBY-5A Catalina, soar through the water, but also be able to take off into the air as needed.
The A designation indicated amphibian. Not all of the Catalinas had landing gear to allow them to land on the land. That one of the crew members, though, is a guy named Chad Hill, and he is an artist who has painted nose art on many, many airplanes in from World War II all over the country, and he's at the museum. He'll be at the museum today, and we'll be working later on and demonstrating how he painted the nose art. It was a big deal back in World War II to identify each and every airplane with special nose art, to give it a name and an identity and a sense of pride for the crew members.
Definitely a sense of pride, and really sort of show that commitment to their aircraft and to the purpose and to the missions that they're flying, to make it, I don't want to say fun, because it's certainly not necessarily the most enjoyable task to be in combat with these aircraft, but really just to give it a sense of community, a sense of camaraderie. And I will say, the Museum of Flight, if you haven't been over there at Boeing Field, definitely check it out. I've been a member of the museum for a number of years. It's fantastic, all of the rotating exhibits that they have. You can actually go inside the space shuttle cabin trainer. You know, we were a little disappointed that we didn't get an actual space shuttle, but you can walk inside the cabin trainer. So it's kind of a nice nice treat, if you will, there at Museum of Flight and Boeing.
As we see it, in those days, we're looking at an aircraft that had a 104-foot wingspan. Now, that was just about 16 feet shy of the length of the Wright brothers' first flight back in 1903 in December out at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, in Kildover Hills. But the airplane weighs a lot. It's 63 feet long, and the engines that power it are only 1,200 horsepower radial engines, and gives it a top speed of only about 175 miles an hour. It was not a fast mover.
Yeah, I can almost do that in my car. I don't, but I almost can do that in my car. It is interesting to see some of these different aircraft. This one, 162 Squadron, Reykjavik, March 1943, with pilot and first officer Tom Cook. Lots of just great facts and figures about this. This is one that you can go down a rabbit hole of your favorite search engine and learn more about and watch some of these videos, but here we are having it here to show you. And there's the beautiful I-90 bridge right behind you with the light rail lines running right across it. So you can just, if you were wondering if this is here in Seattle, there's your proof right there.
The PBY was also very important in the Battle of Midway back in June of 1942, shortly, 6 months after the United States entered World War II against Japan and Germany and Italy, the Axis powers. But they were able to spot some of the Japanese fleet when they were trying to attack the northern Hawaiian into the Hawaiian chain in the Midway Islands. But this PBY is going to do a takeoff for us when we get it spooled up. This is going to be an amazing thing to watch, as they have to plow through the water and, just like any other boat, get it up on the step.
Yep.
And once they do, then they'll be able to get off the water with the surface tension broken up a little bit and give us a flyby. Again, as you said, Brian, this is a rare, rare treat.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that you come to the Seafair Weekend Festival to see, this sort of demonstration, this sort of activity. And a lot of the pilots that you know and that you're friends with in the industry, they love coming here to Seattle because it is such a unique air show. The opportunity to be able to demonstrate on a different surface. We're not over a runway, we're not over a river. We have a very large lake to use as our canvas to paint these pictures, to paint these, and to tell these stories of historic aircraft, such as the PBY-5A Catalina that you're looking at there on your screen, built by Boeing of Canada.
And started production back in 1936. It's an old airplane. They continued production through 1945, and they have now gotten in a position where they can take off into the wind, have plenty of room here on Lake Washington to get the throttles shoved forward there up above, and watch as it gets ready to break the water. Up on the step.
Absolutely.
H1 Unlimited.
There were PBYs that were made for the Royal Air Force. They were the first military aircraft delivered by transatlantic flight during the war, and it is airborne.
Look at that. Shaking off a little of the water as it gets into the air there above the skies of Lake Washington. See some of the boaters down there in our safety area there, kind of patrol boats there. Look at that, gorgeous.
In the first 8 months of 1943, PBYs actually saved over 160 airmen in the Solomon Islands campaign alone. So the PBY was indeed a lifesaver. They would literally land in the water, get their rescue people to get those pilots who were in the rafts or in the water and get them home and get them safe.
And Rob, we've got a lot more air show to get to. Stick around. We'll be right back.
The Seattle Seafair trivia question is brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. Which interstate highway is the longest? Is it I-10 running from Jacksonville, Florida to Santa Monica, California? I-90 running from Boston to Seattle? I-94 running from Billings, Montana to Port Huron, Michigan? Or I-35 running from Laredo, Texas to Duluth, Minnesota on the shores of Lake Superior? The answer when we return. The Seattle Seafair trivia answer is brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. If you selected I-90, you're right. Clocking in at just under 3,100 miles, Interstate 90 between Seattle and Boston is America's longest interstate highway. I-90 isn't just a long road. It's a vital artery connecting 13 states. Major cities like Chicago and Cleveland also benefit from its convenient access through a network of 16 auxiliary routes.
All right, welcome back to the Seattle Seafair Weekend Festival featuring the Apollo Mechanical Cup. Hello, everybody. I'm Nate Brown. I'm right here with a young man you all know in Seattle. His name is Steve David. And thank you, Steve, for flying all the way across country to be here with us this weekend.
Nate, what a pleasure. You and I raced against each other for decades, and here we are working together to cover really one of the finest races in the United States. 75 years of history this weekend.
Pretty crazy. And for the second year of the Apollo Mechanical Cup, we sure appreciate it.
Absolutely. And I mean, we got obviously air shows and race boats and all different classes, including our little kids in the J Stock, the Grand Prix boats, Unlimited's vintage. So it's going to be a packed day of racing.
It is. It's where it all starts. The Jays are awesome. So it's going to be fancy. It's going to be fun. It's a little cloudy right now, but it means for great racing, perfect water conditions, and we're going to have a great time here in Seattle. So
Indeed.
Again, this is wonderful.
It's great, and for me, this is freezing. I'm a Florida boy. This is
I'm surprised.
60 degrees.
Goosebumps.
Right. But we raced here a lot of years when it was cold, and what a historic place to be, Nate.
Oh, it is great. I won it in 2001. You won it in did you ever win this race?
4 years.
I know.
Four times, man.
Rub it in.
It's the only.
Rub it in.
But we raced against a lot of great racers, and this race, for the people that live here especially, this is their race. Most of the crews are based here. The teams are based here. And winning at Madison and winning here for me were highlights. Yeah, and I know for you, and you won the Gold Cup in Detroit. So,
this race is my first win, and it was Seafair in my hometown, and it was pretty amazing. So, it's all history. We all have a lot of history here. Everybody out here has got something to talk about for boat races, and we're really glad the air show is here too as well.
Yes.
It used to be all hydroplanes and blues, and now we have all kinds of different things for different people, and it's wonderful to have all these different items going on here at Seafair Weekend.
Absolutely.
It's great. We're coming up here for
Unlimited Heat 1A is sponsored by NetTech.
We had a lot of racing this weekend already, and right now we're going to recap Heat 1A. We had J. Michael Kelly, Corey Peabody, Jamie Nielsen, and Andrew Tate, and we fought for lanes, and here we go. So you can see this was the start coming down.
Jamie Nielsen's got lane one nailed down. He did that last weekend, Tri-Cities. He's got that. Yep. Lane two's J. Michael.
Yep, this was the start of the heat right now. You can see who broke the clock. It was a good start, and away they went. Coming down for the first race, and J. Michael Kelly is just hanging it out for sure.
And we've got a new team in this heat too, the 91. Tater's driving now for Bruce Ratchford Racing, and sponsored by Goodman Real Estate.
And J. Michael Kelly did a great job of staying outside a little bit of Jamie, so he could maintain that inside lane, and really did well.
And we got to say, GMK is in this race because of a bit of an injury on the team, right? When one of the driver's spouses was injured yesterday. We certainly are wishing the best for her and hope she's able to watch her husband race today.
Yeah, for sure.
So Tate's got it nailed. Look at the ride on the back straightaway.
Final lap, he just had it done. That boat is very, very fast. He was a top qualifier here again. And he's just got to stay in his own head and not let anybody else get under it for the rest of the races.
And the wind is really just right for them. This boat, by the way, would have been the last Budweiser. Head burning out past, prematurely. And Mike Hansen and the team have sure dialed this thing in, but not to say that they don't have these other guys, to compete with in the final heat.
And that was the finish right there. It was the Goodman Real Estate followed by the Beacon Plumbing. It's a replay right now. You can see this was the start of the race.
Start right on the money. J. Michael has got this start
wired
in this course. He knows his stuff.
Look how loose he has there coming around. The skid fin you can see, that's what holds the boats in the corner.
Yeah.
You can see that hanging down, but look how much he aired it out.
Comes down level, and if you notice, he's got what we call vortex generators, if you're in aviation, on that front canard to help with the airflow over the canard, and what a difference.
Here was the results, the official results of Heat 1A. It was Andrew Tate in the Goodman Real Estate, J. Michael Kelly in Beacon Plumbing, Jamie Nielsen in the Flavor Pack, and Corey Peabody in the Beacon Light.
Yeah, and Corey got taken out in that first turn, went through that rooster tail, messed up the boat.
The non-trip spray kind of caught him from Jamie, and then you couldn't see anything, and he didn't hold the arc right, and he slid through Andrew Tate's tail, and it took the boat out pretty good.
The H1 Unlimited Heat 1B is sponsored by Oberto.
Here we have the Apollo, great sponsor of Seafair too as well. It was really great to have them come along board, and Bruce Ratchford.
And this heat sponsored by Oberto. I've got a special tie in there. They were my sponsor.
There was J. Michael Kelly in the U-27 and the U-12.
And young Gunnar O'Farrell in the 21.
Mr. Mullet.
Yep, this is and their third generation racer. This is going to be a good heat of racing. Again, the inside's got this nailed. To try to get around that guy in lane 1, you've got to have 5 miles an hour. So if you give it up, particularly Bernard, it's going to be tough to go around him. Jeff really nailed this start.
He really did. It was really good deck to deck here going into that first corner.
And that's the one. If you can get through that one clean, it's yours.
Pretty much, especially in the 3-boat heat.
Yeah, Dave Vilwalk. Dave, of course, won the Gold Cup last week, and our oldest Gold Cup winner, most Gold Cup winners, tied with Chip Hanauer, but driving a great race. You'd not know he's 71 years old.
Right, and you know, it was really good for J. Michael Kelly to win this heat too as well. I mean,
yeah.
Jeff Bernard, I'm sorry,
yeah,
to win this heat as well, because he kept him out there, and they needed the points. They had bad luck last weekend, Jeff did, and it was really great to see him pull this one out.
Yeah, the boat was tore up, and Tom Anderson and the crew did a heck of a job. That's a former Budweiser hull, but boy, they really did a great job. And Dave's driving the old boat that I used to drive. That's the old Oberto.
The other thing you don't know too, they blew a prop, and the whole bottom of the boat was out. So in 5 days, they put it all back together again and got it back on the water.
And you've been there rebuilding boats that your drivers destroyed, right?
There's a finish right now. So
great job, Jeff.
For Jeff Bernard and Graham Trucking, the U12.
Jeff and his family are down here with us, and it's exciting to see him do well and back in the seat of an Unlimited.
And Mr. Consistency there, Dave Vilwalk, did a great job, consistent in his starts, and he got second, and third place was
the start again, and look at Jeff nail it, boom.
And that's a quite a bit of difference there.
Yeah, and you know you're traveling at almost 280 feet a second, so to nail it that way takes a lot of skill.
Yeah, that was good. Some great shots. You can see some of these replays. You can see the spread of the boats there in that shot, and it really was kind of a parade on this particular race.
Yeah. You know, you got to get this production to our crew. What they're doing with drones now to bring this over the
rivers. Oh, wow, it's great. And here was the official results. Jeff Bernard, Graham Trucking in first, Gunnar O'Farrell. And this is Gunnar O'Farrell in second, Jamie Nielsen.
Jameson, we got to talk about Jamie later, because what heck of a guy. A dad, could have been a baseball pro.
Yep, I think the graphics were off on that one, I think. But
yeah,
it's okay, it's all good.
It's all right, it's good, but Jamie Nielsen.
And we're going to toss now to Bridget in the pits. Bridget.
Thanks, guys. I hope you're having as much of a fun time as I am down here. I'm from King 5, and I'll be bringing you all the action live here from the pits and all the other cool stuff that's going on at Seafair this weekend. And I want to make sure that we mention that these races are not possible without Barnhart cranes. Again, they are responsible for putting the boats in and out of the water. This would not be possible without them.
Just like it has for many years, Seafair Hydroplane Race Weekend kicks off early for the crew at Barnhart Cranes. Their work begins Wednesday, when 4 large cranes are driven in and carefully positioned at Stan Sayers Memorial Park, ready to support the teams by lifting the boats in and out of the water. For years, Barnhart has proudly served as the official crane sponsor of Seafair, providing 4 strategically placed cranes to support the teams, each serving multiple race teams throughout the weekend. Scott LaJoy, a crane operator who's been with Barnhart for 10 years, says it's a one-of-a-kind experience.
So being out at Seafair is really unique, because not a lot of crane operators get to do this kind of thing. So some guys really like it. Like, I've done it a bunch of years, and in a regular day-to-day crane operator, you know, your work schedule, you don't do stuff like this all the time. So for us, it's once a year. Some guys enjoy it, some guys like it. I did it. It was fun one time, you know, but because it can't get busy. You know, there was guys here last night pulling motors till 7:30 last night. You know, so there's a demand for it. They need cranes to get good work done, so they get ready for the races.
Safety and precision are critical. The race teams depend on Barnhart's skilled crew to transfer the boats smoothly and securely before and after every heat. It's not just about lifting the boats. The water itself adds a whole new set of challenges.
What's unique about it is there's suction on the boat in the water, so that initial pull up, he'll have to pull a little harder, but he doesn't want to jump the boat up. And again, have an experience and just makes it look smooth. Big shout out to the Barnhart crew. If it wasn't for them and how flawless they operate the cranes and make our job so much easier, and once you start working with them, it's just like you've been working with them forever. It makes the weekend go just great.
Throughout the Seafair weekend, Barnhart's team will lift the boats in and out dozens of times. The hydroplane races simply couldn't happen without them.
If you didn't have a crane, we wouldn't be racing out there. So a big thank you to Barnhart.
Today's H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing from Seafair Weekend Festival is brought to you by Apollo Mechanical Contractors.
As we see the hydroplanes coming out of the water.
You're watching the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Boeing Airshow.
There you see it. A very, very small airplane known as the Microjet. Tory Ward is piloting this very airplane right now at speeds of almost 300 miles an hour. How about that, Brian?
Absolutely incredible. And you know, I love these air shows. You can see it from all over the region, whether it be Seattle or Bellevue. Look at that jet flying through the air. This is an absolutely amazing Microjet. What a talented pilot, not only just to be able to do that, but just to be able to make it look good and make it look seamless. It's so incredible.
The idea of experimental aircraft and amateur-built aircraft is taken advantage of by some pilots, and very, very patient pilots who will spend years building these airplanes. This particular one, the Subsonics JSX-2, was built in part and assembled then over the course of 1 or 2 years, depending on how much time the owner and builder has. But Tory put this one together, and what did he say about getting into this thing, Brian?
You're getting into it. It's like, well, he said it's like no other airplane. But I love that Tory Ward has been flying for 40 years. When got the bug when he was at age of 2, and a lot of us have, we see kids coming on the airplane and we think, oh, they're going to be a pilot someday. On his 10th birthday, he took his first flight lesson and was hooked. After finishing high school, he became a pilot, and I think this is just, we can see it now. 40 years of flying, and you can do this.
14,000 hours, 165 different types of airplanes. Now, this one has a wingspan of only 18 feet. It's 16 feet long. It weighs less than about 500 pounds, and when he gets in, he doesn't sort of climb into it. He wears it, right?
He just wears it like a suit. Calls it like Iron Man, right? If you think of Iron Man from the movies, kind of wearing it. The skin is made entirely out of 0.02 sheet aluminum, just slightly thicker than a Coca-Cola can.
That's right. But the way that it is built, and it's called semi-monocoque, and it is stretched across a frame, and it gives it incredible strength. So he can experience in excess of 6 times the force of gravity in this airplane.
If you've ever worn an outfit or a costume in theater and they have to sew it on you, I think that's what happens. I think he's just standing there and the aircraft is built around him. It's that tiny, it's that small to really just be able to wear the airplane and to be able to do that. Absolutely.
Yeah. The motor weighs 40 pounds. It generates just shy of 260 pounds of thrust, and it has been used as an auxiliary power unit on Russian aircraft. It's the PBS Czech-built TJ-100 engine, and it powers other small jets as well. But this one is just perfect for the microjet that Tory Ward is flying. You guys are from Tarzana, California.
Tarzana, California. I love that. And here's another fun fact for you. The engine consumes 40 gallons of Jet A per hour through a fuel line smaller than the straws that we've outlawed in Washington State because, you know, we got to save the turtles. But the McDonald's straw size fuel line, I'm just envisioning like sipping that Coke that came out of the can that I poured into the cup, and I'm sipping it through this straw.
Yeah.
Like these visuals are just absolutely incredible. And Tory can feel the fuel shifting around against his back on every maneuver. His cockpit is only 15 inches off the ground. Wing has 11.5 inches of ground clearing during landing.
Yep.
You're not going any over moon controls on this. You want a smooth surface for that 11.5 inch ground clearance.
There's no doubt about that. And as he puts this aircraft through its paces here at over Lake Washington, he is experiencing sometimes 6 times the force of gravity. In other words, we stand on Earth with 1 G. If I'm 200 pounds, that's 1 G. At 2 Gs, I'd weigh 400 pounds. He can weigh as much as 6 Gs on this. And as he flies it, it is tricked out as really fancy tricked out inside with an autopilot. It's got what they call FADEC, the full authority digital engine control. He's got glass displays in there. If he wants, he's even got an oxygen system so he can go up to close to 30,000 feet as he now dives down within about 100 feet of the surface of the water. Now, because of our low ceilings today, the Federal Aviation Administration does not allow any of us to go through the clouds or into the clouds. They can go up, and because this is special waivered airspace, Brian, they can go up and they say you can touch the clouds, but you can't go in them. But he could actually do a loop and go up to 6,000 feet in this thing just as part of his normal demonstration. But if he wants to go up higher, he's got an oxygen system so he can survive up at high altitudes without any difficulty at all.
I'm not quite the 6'3" or over 200 pounds, but Tory is one of the tallest pilots flying the Microjet. And this Microjet is one of the smallest in the world currently in production. The one you see here comes from kits partly built from the factory, 1 to 2 years complete and make ready for flight. And I know Tory has done a far more job at getting it ready for flight than that. Some incredibly fun, just like, look at this. And you're talking about taking it up to 30,000 feet with oxygen. I'm going to stick to my Boeing commercial airliners. I think I'm not getting in that going up to 30,000 feet, oxygen or not.
That is Tory Ward from Tarzana, California in the Subsonics JSX-2.
Incredible.
King 5 and Kong are proud to sponsor Seafair. Stream live on King 5 Plus. Download the free app on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire TV devices. Today's airshow broadcast from Seafair Weekend Festival is brought to you by Boeing. Welcome back to the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Apollo Mechanical Cup. The H1 Unlimited Heat 2A is sponsored by Ackley Brands.
All right, welcome back here to more racing in Lake Washington. We've got 2A. Here we come. We've got J. Michael Kelly, with Jamie Nielsen, and Andrew Tate in this heat.
Jamie again, if he gets lane one, he's got lane one again at this point to hold him off. Should be a great race. J. Michael Kelly again doing double duty with the injury to Corey's wife.
Here they come, 8 seconds to the start. Coming down, Jamie again got the inside lane.
And again, this is 180 feet per second. You've got to time it perfect. And they did.
It was really tight. It was a good race. Full song.
Right, there's the 91 again. The straightaway speed on that boat is amazing.
We're coming down into lane first corner, and again, Andrew Tate did a wonderful job of keeping that lane.
Just keep the right side up, and he's probably going to leave room for Jamie. There's no need to hold him tight. Might pinch him a little bit coming out of turn 3 just to make sure he doesn't sneak up on you.
Yeah, because he's loading the front end of that boat, and it's still plenty loose.
Looks like J. Michael Kelly's a little heavy in the sponsons, and that'll sure bleed off speed real fast.
Yep.
I think that's the one that was injured, was it not?
Yeah, this is actually J. Michael Kelly, I think, in Heat 2A there.
Yeah. And there we go. 91's got a great lead. Coming out of this turn, you'll notice him tighten up a little bit on the exit pin. It makes the inside boat have to go even tighter.
Yeah.
That's going to blow a lot of speed.
Yeah, Jamie's going, whoa, I'm going to hold it in here. So this is the end of lap 2. And yeah, it was really interesting to see J. Michael Kelly in that Beacon boat because, Corey couldn't drive this heat, but he's also, I don't think I've ever seen it where a driver drives 2 boats in one race. I mean, it's like he drove 2A and 2B, so it's kind of cool.
JMK's a fighter, and his sons are doing fantastic in racing now, too, in the outboard. So it's great family, 3rd or 4th generation, just like you.
Yeah. Here they come down for the finish. Again, Goodman Real Estate, great sponsor, wonderful team, and he brings this one home.
And Bruce Ratchford's the owner, who is Apollo Mechanical, the sponsor of the whole race. So congratulations to Bruce Ratchford.
And, Jamie held off JMK. That was really a wonderful thing.
Sure was a hard drive. And again, Jamie, great guy.
Here we are for the replays coming down, and you can see
Jamie on the inside wound up.
Yep, he had a full song there, and J. Michael Kelly, I remember him, I talked to him, and he said, yeah, he missed the buoy. He hammered it on the wrong buoy, so he was late.
Well, from exit to start, you're only about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Man, what a difference in Excel.
There's the finish.
There you go. Way to go, Tate.
The interval is pretty close, so at 200 and some odd feet a second, right?
And it's great for Goodman, local team.
Yep. Here Jamie's coming in. Goodman Real Estate, they're happy. They don't smile a lot during these heat races, but here's the final official. It was Tate was the winner, Jamie Nielsen second, and J. Michael Kelly ended up at 3rd.
Again, and wait for the final because we don't know.
Heat 2B is sponsored by Fremont Brewing.
Here's some results of the recap of 2B. We see the Apollo and Dave Vilwalk coming out there. He's going to be out there in the Apollo. Jeff Bernard is going to be in Graham Trucking, and J. Michael Kelly, it's interesting, is going to be in the Beacon Electric this time.
And again, watch the inside. On this race course, if you've got the inside to try to pass him, you've got to have 5 miles an hour. And if Bernard nails the inside again, I don't know the outcome yet, but I'm going to think it's going to be Bernard if he gets the inside.
Yeah, wonderful start. Those other guys were late, and yeah.
Boy, what a difference. When you're 300 feet behind.
That kind of distance in unlimited hydroplane racing is enough. You're just giving somebody the race.
And believe those guys are telling themselves, doggone, I messed it up.
And after all the work they did on that boat, it was really good for them to be able to do that.
Tom Anderson, the crew chief, local guy, Graham Trucking, local guy. It's good for them in their home course to pull the thing back together after all the damage from last weekend.
Really good race for second.
Yeah.
As well.
Beacon's going to move out a little bit, try to force the 27
deck
out.
to deck, and Vilwalk trying to hold in J. Michael Kelly there, and J. Michael I'm sure he's a little bit winded from the first heat, but he's out there hanging on. The water is not smooth in Seattle, even when it looks smooth.
Look at this race. Again, J. Michael did a great job pushing Vilwalk out.
Yep. Dave couldn't get around him, and they need points. You don't necessarily need to win everything, but you need points because all boats this weekend are going to be in the final, but one of them is going to be in the back. It's going to be 5 to 10 seconds back.
Common sense says you just have to finish. There's nothing commonsensical about drivers. You want to win every time you go out.
Exactly. But I know Jeff's out there going, okay, I want to hold together. I don't want to break. He had bad luck last weekend, like I said, and he's hanging on and doing a great job.
You're hearing grumblings. You're hearing everything that could possibly go wrong, right? Just hoping you get to the final. He nailed it again. Strong compared this weekend. Again, congratulations to Graham and Tom Anderson, the whole team, putting that boat back together and making it a winner.
Yeah, it was wonderful to see him come through. And he was real happy. I know on social media he posted, he had a good weekend.
Good.
So far, a good day.
Yeah, and again, it all comes down to the final. What we're seeing is a building towards that.
Yeah.
There's the start again, and boom. Perfect start.
2 seconds afterwards, just like boom, boom. He's still there. And
That's
now
2 seconds behind. You pretty much lost it at that point.
It's a good shot of the boat. You can see the propeller, only the bottom blade really runs in the water. It's called a surface piercing propeller. So only one blade at a time is in the water.
And if you're a pleasure boat, it's 95% or more efficient, even with that little bit of propeller in the water.
Pleasure boats are only, what, 80%?
85% efficient, yeah. Some people ask, how did the little prop make it go so fast? It's the efficiency. Barnhart wins it. J. Michael Kelly in second. Dave Ilwalk in the 27. Last week's Gold Cup winner in third. But we're just building towards an exciting final, Nate.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to have that come up. All right, Bridget in the pits, what do you got for us?
Yeah, so this year's Seafair Festival is more than just boat racing and an air show. It was the first ever Can You Ride It event, and I got to tell you, I had the best job of all. I had to judge this competition. I'm here with the guys from Best Day Brewing. We just wrapped up the Can You Ride It competition, first of its kind on Lake Washington. Guys, what makes this competition so special?
Well, I tell you, this is something that's never been done before in an official way. We've been doing this, like figuring out what can you ride behind the boat. I'm not talking wakeboards, water skis. I'm talking about refrigerator doors. Today, somebody rode racquetball rackets or tennis rackets. We had hobby horses, things that you're really not supposed to ride, like a door. Yeah, can you ride it? Well, let's find out.
We don't want to take ourselves too serious like most sporting events, so this is why we did it. And the other reason that it's so great is because Sean's in it.
I mean, this is such a wacky idea. How did you come up with this?
I've been doing it since I was a kid. Like, I tried to figure out different pieces of wood I could cut that I just wanted to see what could I ride behind the boat, because sometimes you're just like maybe training. I used to compete for a long time on the Pro Tour and like as a wakeboarder, and I wanted to keep it fun, and so this is just bringing the fun to the masses.
We've heard of some wacky competitions before, but what sets this one apart and makes it different and, you know, all-inclusive?
Well, that's the whole point, is all-inclusive. Anyone can do this. In most sporting events, it's like, oh, you got to be the best of the best or this or that. And like this, it's an even kill. Anyone can come on. It's all about what you build and what you create. And so it creates an even playing field.
What's the most memorable thing you guys saw out there today?
It was pretty epic to be right behind Tony Clarich. He's one of the forefathers of Can You Ride It, and for him to be batting tennis balls back to the boat, that was a pretty cool view.
It was the crowd's response. It was super cool to see everyone at Seafair just embrace our inaugural event and just see them really hyped up on what we put out.
How does this tie in with Best Day's overall message?
Well, Best Day, a lot of people think non-alcoholic beer is about as much fun as decaf coffee, and that's not the case. Non-alcoholic beer is super fun, and we like to think it's beer you can drink anywhere, any time, and so this really tied into our message.
Where can folks watch this and keep up with the challenge, because we want to see this back next year, right? And you want to see people get better and better.
I was honestly blown away. Being that this is the first one ever, the amount of costumes and just energy, enthusiasm, and originality, that's with them not having any example. Now that people have seen it, it's game on.
How can people keep up with this stuff?
Well, go to bestdaybrewing.com or canyouride.com, and this is their inaugural event. We'll be back at Seafair next year, and you know we'll also be hitting other markets in the U.S., but canyouride.com.
Well, there you have it. Let's see what you got, and we'll see you next year for Can You Ride It? We'll be right back to Lake Washington after this.
Welcome back to the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Apollo Mechanical Cup.
Oh yeah, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rob Ryder, with me Brian Westbrook. Brian, what a day this is.
Absolutely incredible. You know, for more than 40 years, Oberto has been synonymous with Seafair and Hydros. Our Hydro announcers have each driven 6 of these Oberto boats over the years. Seattle native and friend of Seafair, Art Oberto, is no longer with us, but his 4-colored pen legacy lives on.
Following the death of his father, Art Oberto was only 16 years old, a high school student, and the new owner of the Oberto Sausage Company. After high school graduation, Art devoted his full attention to the company and built a new factory. Art believed strongly the most important members of the community were its children, because children represent the future. In 1975, Seafair was $75,000 in debt and announced they were considering canceling the Seafair race. When Art heard the news, he wrote an impassioned letter to the Seattle Times, saying that saving the Hydros was important for the kids, because hydroplane racing was such an important event for the children of Seattle. Thanks to a telethon and a generous check from Art Oberto, the Seafair race was held, and Art began an almost 50-year run as a sponsor of hydroplane racing. In a love affair with the sport, Art and the Oberto Company have sponsored 12 different unlimited hydroplanes for 8 different owners and 18 different drivers. They have won 22 races, 7 national championships, and 2 Gold Cups. But in spite of all the success, the team has never lost sight of the one single most important goal: we're doing it for the kids. Art Oberto passed away in August of last year at the age of 95. His legacy as both a Seattle businessman and hydroplane racing sponsor will continue.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you, Art. Of course, that was King 5's Paul Sylvie reporting. And Art's legacy, leaving us just 3 years ago, of local pride and hydroplanes will live on each time you take a bite of an Oberto product. And as Art would say, have fun now. We'll be right back.
Very tasty.
Good afternoon, Seattle. My name is Major Craig Turner in the United States Marine Corps, and I'm here with the F-35B demonstration team to showcase the amazing characteristics of the 5th generation multi-role strike fighter. Very excited to be out here today and showcase the impressive capabilities of this aircraft we have behind us. I love flying the F-35. What you're going to see today is an amazing profile showcasing the incredible turn performance, Gs, and speed available on the F-35B.
You're watching the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Boeing Airshow.
And what an air show it is. As we see this F-35B Lightning II, Brian Westbrook, it is the first short takeoff, vertical landing, or STOVL aircraft that can go supersonic. And if you go back to 1995, when the program and the research started for what was then known as the Joint Strike Fighter, it was the idea and the desire of the United States military to have one kind of airplane that would serve the needs of the Marine Corps, the Navy, as well as the Air Force. And it is a miracle, Brian, what happened in terms of overcoming inter-service rivalry, political wrangling, and international intrigue, because now there are 20 nations involved in flying these aircraft for the Navy and their navies and their air forces, and this, the Marine Corps. Now, I will tell you that Major Craig Turner, the pilot, is experiencing heavy G's. He is from Marine Corps Air Station Miramar down in San Diego. And as he puts this airplane around the area here, we'll see it do nearly its top speed, but not breaking the sound barrier today.
Not today, not today. And I tell you what, if you are joining us here from the shores of Lake Washington or anywhere in the Seattle area, not only are you hearing this aircraft, this F-35B, you're feeling it. It is in your gut, it is in your soul as it flies by us here through the trees there. You can kind of see that picture. We've just got some amazing visuals. Our photography team is doing an incredible job bringing us these live visuals from the Boeing Seafair Airshow.
That engine that powers it is a Pratt & Whitney F-135 engine, generating over 40,000 pounds of thrust. Now, this is the one that has the ability to do short takeoff and vertical landing, and we're going to see some of its slow speed and actually hovering capabilities, as this is the one from the Marine Corps that is replacing and has replaced the venerable AV-8B Harrier that has served with the military, with the Marine Corps and other military air arms around the world since 1979. And it was in 1960 that the idea of vectored thrust became a reality, with two airplanes developed by Hawker in Great Britain, and then it became the Harrier. And then, as the fifth generation aircraft, including its weapons capability, as we see here with the weapons bay door open, as we see it come by, all of the weapons are carried internally, and it enables then the shape of the aircraft otherwise to remain stealthy. It is virtually invisible to enemy radar. It is so advanced. I could go on and on about this, Brian, because it is so advanced that the pilot literally wears a helmet that is fitted specifically to his or her head. The helmet weighs, get this, $400,000. But projected inside of the visor is stuff that you can see like this. There are 6 cameras around that aircraft. And they're infrared cameras, and it can be set up so that the pilot literally can tilt his or her head down, look straight through the floorboards, and see straight down.
And not only that, the network capabilities of this. You think you can tweet with your phone. The idea of this aircraft being able to share information with ground forces directly and immediately, so really just not what the pilot sees out the cockpit window as it's going these supersonic speeds, but to be able to share that telemetry data and the data of combat and the situational awareness with the troops on the ground and the operational leaders is absolutely incredible. The ultimate in network capabilities. When you think about this aircraft the next time you're trying to find a Wi-Fi signal in your hotel room, right? This is that sort of thing, that this is incredible. $400,000 for the helmet?
Yeah, $400,000 for that. But it was interesting in that initially, when they developed this airplane, they figured we're going to make the same. We'll develop the simple one first for the United States Air Force because it can land in conventional runways, doesn't have to put up with the controlled crashes, if you will, of the Navy version on a deck of a carrier. But in order to get the short takeoff, vertical landing, or STOVL capabilities, Pratt & Whitney had to modify this F-135 engine with a very complex transmission that went forward, and then it powered a vertical lift fan, which we will see in just a minute as Chuckles, Major Craig Turner from Oakland, California, will come in here a little bit slower and demonstrate when he gets down below about 250 knots or 280 miles an hour. He will then open up that lift fan and show us what it can do in terms of hovering, just like the AV-8B Harrier. But the advances in the aircraft, now involved with 20 countries, including the United States. Let me run this down. Italy, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Canada, Australia, Denmark, Norway, Israel, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Belgium, Poland, Singapore, Finland, Switzerland, Germany, the Czech Republic, Greece, and Romania. And that gives our allies the ability to share that information even though they are not part of the same Air Force. So literally, as we see the aircraft come by in what they call the high alpha or high angle of attack pass, they tilt the nose up. That's over 30 degrees nose up, Brian. And that can be controlled even more than that because of the vectored thrust of the tailpipe that we will see in its full glory here in just a moment. There are so many, 6 million plus lines of code to make this computing power work. And
wow, it's flying right by our broadcast booth right now, giving everyone a big show in our grandstands and our skyboxes. Absolutely incredible. And I love these shots with the horizon. You can see the tree line of the F-35B at that angle. Just an incredible aircraft, F-35B Lightning II.
As we saw that glow from the tailpipe, in case you're not familiar with it, there are basically 4 stages of a jet engine. You suck the air in, you squeeze it, you blow it up, and you go.
There you go.
In the case of what they call an afterburner, which is what we were seeing there with that orange glow, they pour raw jet fuel into the exhaust to give it a kick in the pants to get into a fight or out of a fight very, very rapidly. So anyway, had this airplane not been able to have been made to work for the United States Marine Corps, the entire project would have failed.
And you mentioned earlier about getting multiple branches of the government, multiple branches of service to agree. It's like trying to decide with your coworkers where to go to lunch. Could you imagine trying to put a project like this, to greenlight a project with such scope and scale and requirements? And you mentioned the lines of code, the complexity, the capability, just the versatility of this aircraft is impressive on paper. But then to see it in the sky flying behind us and to feel it flying behind us, there it is again, is absolutely awe-inspiring.
It has what they call sensor fusion, and that enables the pilot to assimilate so much information that is literally projected inside the visor of his or her helmet, so that rather than having to look at a heads-up display like we have seen in a lot of fighters and other aircraft, but also or look down at the instrument panel, no matter which way the pilot looks, he or she can see what's very important. Now we're going to see the lift fan. There's a door in the front, on the top, another door on the bottom, and this enables the aircraft to slow down. That vertical lift fan is actually 2 sets of blades counter-rotating, and we're going to be able to see Chuckles here bring it to a hover right in front of us here. And as we do, watch him. There you see, and look at the tail. You can also see the doors open at the bottom as the tail, using the vectored thrust that was perfected back in 1960 and used so effectively on the AV-8B Harrier. Now we can see it as it's down in its full, in excess of 90 degrees of deflection. This has got to be a treat for the folks on the ground, and the noise level, of course, is unbelievable. But take a look.
Coming right by the pits here, right by our broadcast position. right out in front of us to see it just right there. Listen.
Over 1,200 of these aircraft are flying as of just about 1 month ago. Over 1 million flight hours. There are now 3,000 pilots trained to fly the F-35 in each of its different variants. There you can see the tailpipe as it's bent down with those doors that open up. But it is so stealthy that it can evade even passive radar signals and locate a target, say 40 miles away, beyond visual range over a horizon, transmit target location data to another F-35 that's not anywhere near it, and then that other aircraft can come and destroy the target. It is an amazing, amazing airplane, be it the Air Force version or the Navy version or the Marine Corps version. And it has been said, and I know this for a fact, I've asked a lot of pilots about this. If you were to blindfold an F-35 pilot, sit him or her down in the cockpit of any one of the variants.
Pick a version. Yep.
Initially, you take the blindfold off, and that pilot would not know whether he or she is in an A, B, or C version of the airplane. And people got on me on Facebook and says, nope, I know it's in the book, and I've talked to plenty of them, and they all say, yes, that's true. There is such commonality. There are also, with the Marine Corps version that we see here, 5th generation control laws. Now, it's going to operate more like a helicopter now.
Right.
And in a helicopter, there is a joystick or a cyclic stick in the center for the right hand of the pilot, a collective for the left hand of the pilot, and the pedals to control the tail rotor, the anti-torque rotor. And in the AV-8B Harrier, normally with a stick in normal airplane mode, you push forward on the stick, you go down. You pull back, you get higher. With the throttle, you go faster or you go slower. In a helicopter, that changes. You give it more power, it goes up. You push forward on the stick, it goes forward. You push on the pedals like we're seeing now on this pedal turn, and you see that tail. Look at, we can actually see, I don't know if you saw it, but you could see the tailpipe and the vectored thrust changing the direction of the exhaust to help him turn the airplane. But in the 5th generation control laws, it is so easy that the aircraft changes itself. So if you want to go forward, you push the power level forward. If you want to go down, you push the stick down. And yet those guys who flew the Harrier and then transitioned to the F-35 found it a very, very easy transition to be able to handle this 5th generation fighter. Supersonic speeds, very expensive, but when you think of its capabilities, Brian, the airplane puts fewer people at risk in any engagement. And when you start talking about what a human life is worth, it's worth, in my estimation, spending the big bucks to have it be a more potent weapon system, putting fewer people at risk.
And more than just a weapon system, the sensors you talked about in the helmet and throughout the aircraft that give you a situational awareness of the battlefield, the connectivity with not only other jets, it's a peer-to-peer network of its own to super simplify it, to be able to communicate with other battlefield systems, and then to take that stealth technology, the materials that absorb radar. Like, just think about that for a second. You know, it's radar dampening in every thought meticulously considered of how to put one of these jets together. And I'm still stuck on the $400,000 helmet, Robert.
You're talking about RAM. You know, you're talking RAM. You're a tech guy. RAM is, we're talking about random access memory. In this, it's radar absorbent material, right?
Oh boy.
Boy, oh boy.
I see what you did there. That was nice work. He brought the tech world together.
Yeah, we got some replay on this. Let's take a look here. That is the shape of all 3 of the variants of the airplane. What is different about this one is that it has the vertical lift fan. All of the variants can handle and keep their weapons inside to keep the stealth capabilities there, so it's invisible. There's the afterburner, and the Navy version actually is a little bit larger. So but it's still the Joint Strike Fighter, the miracle airplane as far as I'm concerned, Brian.
I think you just said the Navy's version is a little bit larger, and of course they'd be very proud to hear you say that. Absolutely an incredible aircraft, and the versatility, again, just to get these defense forces to agree on a platform that can communicate amongst other versions of this aircraft across our armed forces is incredible.
Yeah, in Italy, they actually have a huge maintenance and manufacturing facility for these airplanes. And Canada and Australia. Australia had such a great automotive industry for many, many years, and they transitioned some of that those automobile facilities in building parts and the sub-assemblies for the F-35 variants that we see flying all around the world for all of those nations. Our war fighters have a weapon system that makes the Allies, puts us in a position to keep us safer with a strong defense. As it's been said, the best offense is a strong defense.
That's right. Incredible. You were counting the number of countries. I was using my fingers. I got to 19, and then I realized I forgot perhaps the most obvious one, the United States of America. Yeah, so I did. I got to 19. We wanted to show you the aircraft and not me counting on my fingers. I got to 19, and then we hit 20 with the United States. So
it's a remarkable plane to see, and there is a book, and I'm going to toot my own horn here, if I may.
Please.
There's a book called F-35, The Inside Story of the Lightning II. I was hired to narrate the audiobook for it. And as a result, I am really a devotee of the F-35. And if you really want to get down in the weeds on it, you can check that out on Amazon. And if you want to listen to it, you can find it on Audible as well. F-35, The Inside Story of the Lightning II.
And speaking of stories, we're going to get a little bit later on, Rob, to why your shirt says Rob 8.5. That'll be coming up a little bit later on as we get closer to the Blue Angel. There's a great story there. We're certainly going to want to tell that.
More to come here in just a few minutes. We're actually going to continue in the jet age, and we're going to see the F-16 Fighting Falcon, an aircraft that has been flying now for over 50 years and is still in production today. And I believe it's in North Carolina, either North or South Carolina, and I'm blanking on which one it is, but models being made for other countries and still like that fourth generation fighter.
And Rob, I hear that Melissa is coming a little bit later, and here she is now.
Hey, I am Melissa Burns, and you are watching the Boeing Airshow live with Seattle Seafair. This is a hometown show for me. I'm based right up in Bellingham, Washington, just a short hop north, and it is such an honor to be performing for our local community and for all of the friends and family out there. I hope that you guys are having half as much fun as I'm having up here in the sky. It's a great opportunity to share our passion for aviation with all of you. I hope your kids are watching too, and you'll notice that this is a really high performance aerobatic airplane. It can go fast, it can go slow. I'm doing tumbles, gyroscopics, high performance maneuvers, and also really fun interactions with some of the boats on the water, which is unique to this air show. We're going to be out here racing jet boats and yeah, just having a great time all around.
This is just a taste or a teaser of what you're going to see Melissa Burns do here, the sports gal as they call her. What an airplane, and she's a tremendous pilot. And Brian, we've got a guest.
We have a guest. Joining me now, Emily Cantrell, the president and CEO of Seafair. First of all, welcome to the television broadcast, Emily. I know this is your first year in this position, but you are no stranger to Seafair. Tell us about the role and what your first year has been like.
Oh, it has been incredible. So joined the team in September as president and CEO, but fortunately I'd worked at Seafair almost 10 years ago in marketing communications. So I came in here. Nothing's been a huge surprise, but essentially we've built a city out here. So there was still a lot to learn, but we're really happy with how it's been so far.
A lot has grown over the years, but this year in particular, bigger, better, bolder is the theme. What does that theme mean for Seafair and for the larger community?
That theme, there's a lot to it, but essentially more events, more local partnerships. So if anything, you know, in the beer gardens, you see Fremont in there. We have our own Seafair Pilsner, just local flavor. On the main stage today, we had Aaron Crawford, a local country musician. So more events, more local flavor, taking the Torchlight Parade back tonight, just building on the legacy that we had and trying to make everything just a little bigger, better, and bolder.
It was great to see you not only at the 4th of July fireworks, but at the Torchlight Parade. Events throughout the summer. It's been a great honor to be a part of those. But you've really had a bird's eye view of the entire activity and how it's brought the community together. Tell us why Seafair is important in really being the glue that brings Seattle together.
Well, we were founded in 1950 as a way to celebrate the city's centennial. And back then, we didn't even have the Space Needle. We didn't have any of the major sports teams that we have today. And so the city was looking for a way to bring people together. And still to this day, doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, Seafair offers a little bit of everything for everyone. And we are all about accessible, inclusive fun. So even yesterday, the Friday of Seafair weekend was free for everyone thanks to a new partnership with Windermere. So we just want to make sure everyone feels like they're a part of the community and can participate.
What are some of the biggest highlights of this year's activities? Maybe some of your personal favorites?
Definitely the Torchlight Parade. Absolutely. Moving it down to the waterfront. If you haven't been down there, the revitalized waterfront is something that you have to check out. And then also moving it back to night. Yeah. And the theme this year being Light Up the Night. People dressed in neon from the Torchlight Run, which we brought back for the first time since 2022. That was a blast, but also just that TV zone now on the waterfront. It is just such a stunning backdrop.
I had the opportunity to be in the parade with Alaska Airlines. My pants were actually lit up. I did a little arts and crafts project with some illuminated LED lights. But to turn around and look back at the parade as you're marching forward, to see the sunset, the view of the waterfront, having grown up here in Seattle, I've seen that waterfront area revitalized. What are we looking forward to next year? And is it safe to say the Torchlight's staying at the waterfront?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Good.
We're not moving in parade ever again.
she's like my first year, I don't want to move a parade, right?
Yeah, we don't want to. It was just so beautiful down there. Our phones were ringing off the hook the next day, especially from some of the businesses on the waterfront saying, we want to float in the parade next year. How do we do that?
I love that.
Yeah.
I love it.
It is amazing that, and so gratifying and good that they hired from within to bring you into that position. The corporate knowledge that you bring to this position and your other positions with the festival, that's made it much easier for you to step in to do this job.
Thank you. Yes, I joked earlier, otherwise I'd be in a corner crying somewhere, but I do think it helps. I've been in this business community for more than 20 years, so understanding our community, the businesses here, being able to build on those relationships that I already had and bringing the team in on those conversations, it really has helped out a lot.
And Emily Cantrell, President and CEO of Seafair, first of all, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be here. And on behalf of all of the volunteers and staff member that make Seafair happen, everyone here and all of those at home want to say thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Emily, very much.
We want to get to more air show. I understand we have an F-16 coming up from the United States Air Force.
We do indeed. The F-16 Fighting Falcon, over 4,500 of these have been built. And as we see the picture that we see right now, this is the paint job on the matching the original prototype of the F-16 Fighting Falcon that was then produced by General Dynamics. FEMA is going to be the guy. Major Taylor Heister from Pennsylvania is about to bring the F-16 Fighting Falcon's half a century or golden anniversary paint job to us here, and it was really, really cool. And next voice you hear is going to be the narrator for the F-16 Fighting Falcon and the Viper demo team from Shaw Air Force Base in Sumter, South Carolina.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of your United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Ken Wilsbach, and all the men and women of the Air Combat Command, we would like to thank you for having us at Seafair 2025. I'm the Viper Demonstration Superintendent and one of your narrators, Master Sergeant Deandra Baker from Duffield, Virginia. Here with me at Show Center is my co-narrator and team chief, Technical Sergeant Josh Butcher from Lexington Park, Maryland, as well as our safety officer and combat-ready fighter pilot, Major Greg Rinker, call sign ICE from Bath, Pennsylvania. As a member of the Air Combat Command's 20th Fighter Wing located at Shaw Air Force Base in the beautiful Sumter, South Carolina, it is our distinct pleasure to describe for you today a combat capability demonstration by the world's premier multi-role fighter, the F-16 Fighting Falcon, affectionately known as the Viper.
The commander and pilot for the Viper demonstration team is Major Taylor Heister, call sign FEMA, from Robesonia, Pennsylvania. Major Heister joined the Air Force in 2015 after graduating from Penn State University. The F-16 you'll see in today's demonstration is equipped with an engine producing more thrust than the airplane weighs. Ladies and gentlemen, stand up and put your hands together for Major Heister in the F-16 Fighting Falcon!
Major Heister is now setting up for his first aerobatic maneuver, the Cuban 8. Watch as FEMA traces a horizontal figure 8 over the demonstration area.
Major Heister will now demonstrate the low-altitude, high-speed capability of the F-16. As he passes show center, he'll be in full afterburner just under the speed of sound at 700 miles per hour. Major Heister would like to address the crowd from the cockpit. Let's listen in now.
Seattle, it's FEMA taking it from the F-16. Let's thank everybody for hospitality this weekend. Let's take out, let's all the service and everything here.
As he returns to show center, Major Heister will accelerate rapidly and snap the F-16 through a series of aileron rolls, demonstrating its exceptional roll maneuverability. Dropping in from the left, FEMA and the triple roll.
In a dogfight, the ability to turn tight is not just a capability of the airplane, but of the fighter pilot as well. To demonstrate its ability to outturn any adversary, FEMA will fly a minimum radius turn while being pressed into the seat at 9 times the force of gravity, while sustaining his new body weight of 1,800 pounds and flying with precision. Major Heister will now demonstrate the F-16's crisp handling characteristics as he performs a 4-point roll at show center, pausing briefly at each 90-degree increment. Notice the precision at which these individual movements are executed. In from the left, the F-16 and the 4-point roll. And now, one more time from your right, FEMA is inbound for another high-speed pass.
Every second, he'll be covering the distance of 3 football fields or 950 feet per second. This is still less than half the Viper's top speed of Mach 2. As he approaches show left, Major Heister is repositioning for a maneuver which will demonstrate the F-16's ability to turn tight and stay unpredictable, a trait which helps the Viper survive against low altitude threats. He will then quickly transition from the horizontal flight into the vertical. Ladies and gentlemen, from your left, it's the Falcon turn. Major Heister is now slowing the F-16 to prepare for a slow speed high alpha pass. While the Viper can fly at more than twice the speed of sound, slow speed control is just as crucial when maneuvering in a dogfight. This will be your best opportunity to look closely at the aircraft and its flight controls. FEMA will be holding the Viper at a 23 degrees nose up position and moving at only 120 miles per hour. When he reaches show center, Major Heister will apply full afterburner and pull back on the stick for a near vertical climb, demonstrating the F-16's awesome thrust-to-weight ratio.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to want to get your cameras ready as Major Heister prepares to demonstrate the combination of thrust and digital flight control systems that makes the knife edge maneuver possible. From your right, the F-16 and the knife edge pass. Ladies and gentlemen, Major Heister has begun preparation for the dedication pass. Major Heister and the rest of the F-16 Viper demonstration team wish to dedicate this next pass to the men and women from all branches of the armed forces and their families, stationed around the world defending America. We would like to recognize our wounded warriors and veterans in attendance who are fighting wounds that we can see while also battling those we cannot. To honor every American who has given their lives defending this great nation, if possible, we ask you to please stand for this salute. And now, from behind the crowd and to the right, the F-16 Viper demonstration team proudly presents the Dedication Pass.
The Viper you see in action today is maintained and showcased by our expert team of maintenance and public affairs professionals. Crew Chief Staff Sergeant Colton McMicken from Leonville, Louisiana. Staff Sergeant William Keller from Las Vegas, Nevada. And celebrating his birthday today, Senior Airman Eli Sanchez from Visalia, California. Electrical Environmental Specialist Staff Sergeant Grayson Reeves from Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Avionics Specialist Staff Sergeant Blaine Dinky from Medford, Oregon. And Public Affairs Specialist Staff Sergeant Stephen Cardo from Miami, Florida. What you're about to watch. In 1997, the leaders of Air Combat Command assembled a select group of retired military and civilian pilots to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force. From this gathering was born the Heritage Flight, a unique visual representation of the Air Force's history from the days of the Army Air Corps to the present.
What started out as a one-time event has grown in popularity and demand. In 2010, the Air Force Heritage Flight Foundation joined with the United States Air Force to keep this popular program flying, and now Heritage Flights are performed at air shows and special events in the United States and around the world. Flying in formation today is Steve Hinton Jr. in a beautiful World War II era P-51 Mustang, and Major Taylor Heister in your United States Air Force F-16.
We would like to dedicate today's Heritage Flight to all the military veterans and wounded warriors in attendance, whose sacrifices over the years have helped preserve America's freedom. We hope you've enjoyed watching this rare formation flight of classic and current Air Force aircraft. Please turn with me now and watch as this rare formation approaches from behind the crowd for its final pass to split break.
Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Air Force Heritage Flight. We hope you've taken pride in watching this rare formation flight of classic and current Air Force aircraft.
And there's the F-16 Fighting Falcon in its anniversary colors with Major Craig, I should say Major Taylor Heister, call sign FEMA. And as we look at the airplane, I want to point out something that FEMA has been able to take advantage of, a piece of technology that actually started on the other airplane that we saw flying in formation. Look at the bottoms of each of the aircraft. On the right, you see the intake for the jet engine. There's that scoop. It's separated from the bottom of the fuselage with what is called a gutter. That piece of technology came from the Mustang 30 years earlier. On the original design of the Mustang, look at the scoop on the back for the radiator for that liquid-cooled Rolls-Royce designed Packard-built engine. V12 engine, 1,700 horsepower. But that scoop initially was butted up against the fuselage, and they caused cooling problems because of turbulent airflow going into the cooler. So they separated it with a gutter, and that is the same technology that still applies to the F-16 Fighting Falcon today. The fourth generation fighter that until, I talk about the maneuverability of the F-16 Fighting Falcon, and that's could out the MiGs could outturn anything the Air Force had until the F-16. Steve O. Hinton Jr. is the gentleman, son of Steve Hinton, the legendary pilot, and he carried that and passed the torch on to his son, Steven Jr. And Steve has absolute speed records in the in the P-51 Mustang, winning twice at Reno. And also, if you saw the movie Top Gun Maverick,
that's right.
Tom Cruise, that's his Mustang. He flies it. But when he's out and around the world working in other films, Steve Hinton Jr. has been designated the caretaker of Tom Cruise's Mustang. Pretty cool.
I think that's a pretty slick job to be a caretaker of the F-16 that Tom Cruise flies in the movies. You were showing those scoops right by side. You know, if it ain't busted, don't fix it. 30 years later, we're using similar technology. It's inspiring to see both where we've been and where we've come, and that heritage flight, just goosebumps. Really a great tribute to the men and women who've served in our armed forces.
Indeed. We'll be back with more of the Boeing Air Show. Just wait for you. We'll be right back.
The Seattle Seafair Trivia Question is brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. In 1907, two Seattle teenagers founded the American Messenger Company, delivering telegrams and packages by bicycle and on foot. What did this company grow to become? DHL, United Parcel Service, Trans World Packages, or On Track? The answer when we return. Welcome back to the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Apollo Mechanical Cup.
This marked the second year that Apollo Mechanical Contractors has been the sponsor of Seafair Hydroplane Racing and Apollo Mechanical Cup. Here's more on this devoted sponsor.
3, 2, 1.
We're bigger, we're leaner, we're smarter, we're stronger, but all the core values and the caring about people, that's never changed.
Their number one concern is that you're getting home safe every night to your family.
We are known for being a very, very, very safe contractor.
A company that's built on teamwork, teamwork, and teamwork is the way I would describe it.
Integrity and the quality and the pride that everybody has, it is deeply embedded in everything that we do.
We were going to be better because we were going to be a better team. Better communication, that we help each other out, that we're always there for each other, that we go out of our way to help each other grow.
I don't see anybody stopping us, to be honest with you.
Everybody's got the right attitude. We want to get better, we want to get leaner, stronger, smarter, faster.
More people, more leadership, just more work, and just growing outside to more states.
There's not a market sector that we're not touching or into, and everything we go into, we're successful.
We've established branches and moved into new areas such as Reno. We picked up Denver. We've played in California. We have an office in Tennessee and Ohio now.
If we can talk about Apollo Space Shuttle to the moon, I think this generation's done that, and the next generation's going to take it to Mars. I really believe that.
It's going to be busy and it's going to be exciting.
The talent and the decisions and the caring that I see from everybody, from the apprentice on the job site to, Bruce, it's there, and you can't buy that.
There's lots of companies to work for, and you can be a number, and you can collect a paycheck. But there's few places you can go and be part of a culture that feels like home, and that's Apollo.
Hi everybody, this is Chief Warrant Officer 2, Ramvinsky Savan. I'm currently a pilot with the 16th Combat Aviation Brigade, flying the H-64 Apache. My job is to fly the aircraft and maneuver the aircraft in a position where my opposite crew member is able to utilize their weapon systems and support the ground forces through lethality. As part of the Combat Aviation Brigade, we are born in battle. We're able to deploy anywhere in the world at a moment's notice, and we provide fires to the ground forces. Flying this aircraft is probably one of the best feelings in the world. It feels like you are flying and you are inside a Ferrari. It's one of the best feelings when you are climbing and pushing over into a dive. Being able to fly for Seafair is quite the privilege. I grew up watching a lot of air shows down in Southern California. Got to see the Thunderbirds, Blue Angels multiple times. So being able to participate in the same air show with them is one of the best feelings in the world.
This Seattle Seafair trivia answer is brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. What company did the American Messenger Company become? If you answered United Parcel Service, you're right. In 1975, UPS became the first package delivery company to service every address in the continental U.S. And UPS has become the global leader in package delivery and supply chain management. You're watching the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Boeing Airshow.
There is Boeing Longbow Apache with two 2,000 shaft horsepower jet engines powering this aircraft to a speed of about 180 miles an hour, and what a potent weapon system it is. As we see it overhead, there are some very distinctive features about this that have come out of other important aircraft. Right under the nose, there is a 3-barrel 30-millimeter chain gun that will spew out a whole lot of rounds each and every second, and it is very unique in that it has a special sighting mechanism which allows the gunner in the front seat to turn his or her head left, right, up or down almost 150 degrees laterally, and from about 10 degrees nose up to 40 degrees nose down, look and shoot capability. It is a remarkable weapon, and that chain gun is only part of the kind of weapons that the aircraft has. Helicopters have been in use, Brian Westbrook, for many, many years. The Germans started, and even Leonardo da Vinci dreamed of rotary winged flight. But there you can see the chain gun actually turn it. And it's all connected with special optics mounted on the helmet of the gunner in the front, and I am told that the pilot in the back can actually control that chain gun as well. But the Germans had some rotary wing success, but it was a guy named Igor Sikorsky in Stratford, Connecticut back in the 30s who made rotary winged flight practical. And he overcame incredible physics and aerodynamics problems to say, here's what we have. And the helicopter has been not only a potent weapon, but also a very, very important life-saving aircraft as well. And as we look at that, we can see it function as it just almost hovers over here. Igor Sikorsky was the guy who said, you know, we've got an airplane can drop supplies to somebody, but a helicopter can land and pick them up and save them. But look at those pylons under wing. It's capable of carrying that 30-millimeter chain gun with 1,200 rounds. It can carry up to 16 Hellfire laser guided missiles, or even 76 what they call folding fin rockets that are just kind of aim and bore sighted and shot from the pilot and the gunner, and other combinations of guns and missiles. And it is one heck of a deal. The Huey helicopter, Brian, that we saw in Vietnam, that did the dust-off missions and the cavalry missions and the gunship missions, led to the development of the Cobra helicopter, which had a chain gun similar to that. And then this Apache is the extension of that, as it tilts back and kicks the collective way back and pulls hard on the collective and can turn on a dime and give you 9 cents change.
Yeah, and I love this. The integrated weapons system, it is referred to as the deadliest helicopter in that it can cause have the most impact in the battlefield. A comprehensive, fully integrated weapons system. The idea here is to make sure that all of the weapons are working together, whether they need short range, long range, or even to just dominate the battlefield here. Lethal, survivable, agile systems. This is everything. This is when you throw the kitchen sink at a helicopter.
That's right.
This is what you get. You get the Apache, the modern AH-64 Apache helicopter we're looking at from Boeing here.
We go back to 1998 when it first was flown with this longbow, and actually the longbow is actually the name of the sophisticated radar system that's installed on the Apache. And we've got friends around here who can attest to the potency, to the reliability, to the efficiency of the Apache helicopter that we see here being flown by the United States Army.
And take a look at that right over us here in Lake Washington. Not every day you see an Apache helicopter fly over Lake Washington, but here we are at the Seafair Air Show, being able to watch this incredible display of power right here behind us.
If you look carefully, and we probably could have saw it earlier, that rotor system that we have there actually cones or bends upward as it supports the up to 22,000 plus pounds of weight of this helicopter fully loaded, and that is called coning. But this is a rotary winged aircraft, and interestingly, you may not know this, people say, why can't it fly more than 180 miles an hour? Well, there you can see the coning. That's the great shot of that. Jeff Lee, our director, and Craig McCackern there in the truck have been able to get the shots of that. But there is something, I'm going to get down in the aeronautical weeds just a little bit. There is something called retreating blade stall, and if the rotor blade that's going forward generates lift, it's not generating as much lift on the way back, and if it tries to go too fast, it'll flip out of control. So that's what limits the speed of the helicopter a little bit. But we're going to see more, because the helicopter has become a major heavy lifter for the United States Army indeed.
And speaking of heavy lifting, when we need to get them around the globe, up to 6 of these can fit inside the cargo hold of a United States Air Force Lockheed C-5 Galaxy. So if you think about that, I'm going to put 6 of these inside my aircraft. It just feels daunting, but they make it work every day.
Yeah, the C-5 Galaxy's been around since 1968, and they have just, over the last 10 years or so, re-engined the C-5 Galaxy to increase its maximum gross weight and load lifting capability to over 1 million pounds from a former 858,000 pounds.
I've got some friends down at JBLM that work on those C-5 Galaxies, both as load masters, which is a big task, and as pilots as well. So thank you to the gentlemen that fly the C-5 Galaxy and presumably take those Apache helicopters around the world.
Yeah, to be able to put 6 in it, it's a cavernous cabin, and the Air Force has had a lot of important heavy lift aircraft, beginning with the C-130 Hercules. But we'll talk more about that as we look now at the CH-47 Chinook helicopter. This is this multi-rotor deal, and it's got 2 turboshaft engines on it as well. But take a look. This can carry, can weigh up to 53,800 pounds, and it doesn't fly super fast, but about 177 miles per hour. But as we look at the nose there, you see what's sticking out the front? That is a probe.
Yep.
And that is a refueling probe, which allows it to be refueled with the Navy version of the probe and drogue aerial refueling system, with a hose coming out the back of the tanker aircraft, and that extends out even farther. But take a look at this. I love to see the coning of the rotors on this, especially when it's supporting 50,000 plus pounds.
And for those that live in the Northwest, especially just south of here from Seattle, you might see these taking off and landing at was once known as McChord Air Force Base, now of course JBLM Joint Base Lewis McChord, where some of these Chinook helicopters are even based, and it's just an incredible sight to see. I've had the privilege of being on base watching the Chinook helicopters like this one and others take off and land right there from the airfield. You'll see them doing formations and training and doing missions around the Northwest from time to time. And here they are out the back of the Chinook. You're just talking about that lift capability. Absolutely incredible.
Right, with hurricane force winds being whipped up around the fuselage as it's just a few feet above the water of Lake Washington.
And you can see at the bottom of our screen there, that is Lake Washington. They're diving into. Just take a look at that. Incredible. Kind of disappear before they hit the water there. A little spray on the bottom.
Those are hurricane force winds under there.
That's right.
And I have had the opportunity in one occasion of being lifted up in a basket of one of the Coast Guard Dolphins, and I can attest to the wing, to the just the amazing force of the winds under there.
There's that thumbs up. Everything's okay. And I believe they're actually going to swim to the boats, and then they're going to kind of parade in front of the crowd here in a little bit. There's the boats, the pontoon boats heading out there. Thank you to all of our aquatic partners for transporting some of our shows back and forth to the water. But look at that, just incredible takeoff power there. You can tell there's a lot of heft and might to that, and the ability to refuel mid-flight is pretty amazing.
Just to get an idea of the size, the rotor diameter of each of the rotors on it, 60 feet in diameter. The whole aircraft is only about 52 feet long, as I recall. And there we the guys, look at the white caps.
Yeah. I'm not sure they want to get out of the water. I think they're kind of enjoying the cool day on Lake Washington. There's our Seafair shuttle grabbing them. Now, how many of these can fit in the back of a C5 Loadmaster?
In a C5, I'm not sure how many it would be, but maximum speed 177. It cruises about 160 miles per hour.
There's Shore Patrol picking up our swimmers. Second, we're just going to go for a little swim, hop on the boat there.
It does have 250 caliber machine guns. We actually had a shot of that. Jeff got a shot of that. 250 caliber machine guns, and it also carries some air-to-air missiles called the Stinger air-to-air missile.
All right, and that's an incredible display, and thank you to all of our swimmers there providing that demonstration from the Chinook. Boeing, as you know, is one of the largest employers in the Pacific Northwest, and the company's commitment to the state of Washington and its residents is present in everything they do.
We've always been inspired by the challenge of flight. So together, from a red barn in Seattle, we all took off on this journey. We are investing in the communities of Washington, where we live and work, improving sustainable aerospace, connecting and protecting our loved ones, innovating and transforming how we fly. Our rich history began in the state of Washington, and we've learned that we can accomplish so much when we work together. And it's the people of Washington that make it all possible. We are committed to the future that we will continue to create together.
Today's airshow broadcast from Seafair Weekend Festival is brought to you by Boeing.
Rob, as we get ready for the Blue Angels to make their appearance here, walk us through a day in the life of the Blue Angels. And then I think this is the time I should share with the audience the reason for the 8.5 on your shirt. You are an honorary Blue Angel, one of very few in the world, and you have a number. Tell us about that, and then walk us through what the Blue Angels are going through today.
All right, I'll take you back to 2010 when they made me an honorary. That year, I had been coaching the narrators for some time, and go out and join them at winter training and see how this team gets along. But one day in New York, the Blue Angel number 8, who communicates with the narrator, Blue Angel number 7, was unable to get to the beach in time for her to be able to cue number 7 as to what maneuver was coming up. And since she didn't make it, Amy Tomlinson wasn't there, I put on a headset with a scanner and I told CJ Simonson what was coming up. So they didn't joke about me being number 8, they said 8.5. Well, then that fall at Miramar in San Diego, they made me an honorary, and the next day Amy Tomlinson came out to the show center with a Blue Angels helmet bag, the Blue Angels official crest, my name, and 8.5 on it. So I have made that my call sign ever since.
That is fantastic. Rob, 8.5, a pleasure to be here with you. And of course, Miramar coming up later in September. I'll be there with my colleague and fellow air show friend as well, Steph Strickland, and I will be down there at Miramar.
She is a gem.
Incredible. Now, walk us through what a day in the life of a Blue Angel is like, and what are they going through right now? What is happening live at Boeing Field, King County International Airport, as it's officially known? Of course, as aviation geeks, we just call it Boeing Field,
sure,
home of Boeing. But tell us what's happening and what they're going through, their pre-flight checklists, how they're getting ready for an incredible show over Lake Washington.
Well, they do a very detailed briefing, and it involves being so quiet and the boss taking control at a certain amount of time to the second they start their briefing, and he talks through all of the pertinent information, which airplane, which pilot is going to fly, where the spares will be in case they have to go to a spare if there's a problem with one of the aircraft, and they go through the maneuvers. And one of the special things that they do in that maneuvering, in that briefing, is they will select one very, very short series of maneuvers where they will chair fly the maneuver, and the boss will then kick back. All the pilots will push their chairs back, and they will assume the position that they would be in the cockpit of the FA-18 Super Hornets that the Blue Angels fly. They'll tilt down, they will close their eyes. The number 2 pilot on the right wing will tilt his or her head to the left. The number 3 pilot will tilt his head to the right like he's looking up at the boss. And the slot pilot, number 4, Jack Keelty, will pick his head and look up above and see. And the boss will call the maneuvers, and he'll say, up we go, a little more pull. And they will pull, and you'll see their hands pull. And then the throttles move as they do everything. And as they have to move, if it's a roll or something like that, they will do that. And I said number 4, Jack Keelty. He's number 2. Wes Perkins is number 4 this year. But at any rate, they will do that, and then they'll come back and they will finish each and every maneuver, and the pilots will look at the maps in front of them and follow that around. So that's what's happening. They'll be in the jets. We'll see them fly and look over the shoulder.
And look at that. Is that the C-17 over the shoulder? The C-17 Globemaster.
That is the C-17 Globemaster 3, first flown in 1991. As I started to mention earlier, the C-130 Hercules back from the mid-1950s was a heavy lifter. 1968, the C-5 Galaxy coming in at a whopping 858,000 pounds originally. But this one from 1991 combined the short takeoff and landing capabilities of the C-130 and the heavy lift capabilities of the C-5 Galaxy. 585,000 pounds with 169-foot wingspan. It's 174 feet long. It's 55 feet from the bottom of the tires to the top of the tail, and even so, it'll fly at over 500 miles per hour at altitude. Now, as big as this airplane is, it is really advanced. A crew of 3 people can handle everything on this airplane, from loading to running it, flying it, wherever it has to go. 2 pilots and a loadmaster with its advanced offload, onload capabilities. And as you see it fly by, and we just saw on the shot, we'll see it again, I believe, as the leading edge slats on the wing and the trailing edge flaps on the wing were extended to give it a different shape of the wing, creating more lift and better maneuverability at slow speeds. Another very, very interesting thing about this airplane, you and I were shaking our heads and talking about the head-up display or heads-up display.
That's right.
Combined, well, that was really kind of limited to fighter aircraft, to put pertinent information about the attitude, airspeed, altitude, and other systems on a piece of glass projected up to keep it in the face of the pilot so the pilot would not have to look down and lose situational awareness. This aircraft has a HUD. Also, rather than a big yoke like large airplanes tend to have, this one has a stick for the pilot to singly control it with 4, count them, 4 hydraulic systems on it. And if all 4 of those fail, then they still have a manual backup. They have those multiple and all of those backup systems because the airplane is responsible for delivering and getting things out of battlefield areas where they are subject to ground fire. And so as we see the C-17 turn away from us, we'll see it make a very, very tight 360-degree turn with almost 45 degrees of bank. It can get up to 60 degrees of bank, which is close to aerobatic flight. And it's got these engines that develop 40,000 pounds of thrust each and make it a great, great heavy lifter. There's about, I think, 275 of these in the Air Force inventory, and other countries fly them as well. I believe even Canada, the Royal
United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and others. This is a commonly used for tactical and strategic missions. We're talking about airlifts of medical supplies, troops, personnel, equipment, lots of amazing things. This is the C-17 Globemaster III.
Indeed.
This Seattle Seafair trivia question is brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. Pike Place Market is the birthplace of Starbucks, started in 1971. After expanding globally, how many stores in how many countries now have Starbucks? Is it 15,000 stores in 47 countries, 22,000 stores in 57 countries, 36,000 stores in 84 countries, or 52,000 stores in 96 countries? The answer when we return. You're watching the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Boeing Airshow.
And we are pleased to welcome to the set Lance Ball. Lance is the Senior Director of Manufacturing and Safety for Boeing Commercial Airplanes, also a member of the Seafair Board. And as we are chatting with you, we have the KC-135 behind you. Lance, I want to say, as the 76th anniversary of Seafair, it's absolutely great that you're here, and it's amazing that Boeing has supported Seafair really through the beginning, through all of the years. Why is this important, and why has the partnership lasted as long as it has?
Yeah, thanks so much. Great to be here again with both of you. It's hard to believe it started in 1950, and this partnership has been in place for 76 years, and I think there's several things. Seafair is really the cultural fabric of the Puget Sound. So is Boeing. In some ways, we've grown up together. There are shared values. There's a shared mission to support the community, to support our military. We have more employees right here in Washington State than anywhere else in the world, and our Boeing employees are committed to Seafair as well as Boeing, and we just appreciate the sponsorship, and it's getting stronger every single year.
We see a lot of aircraft up in the air behind us at this air show, manufactured by Boeing. What can folks expect later today from Boeing? We've already seen a lot of great Boeing aircraft up there. What's coming up?
We love the Boeing Seafair Airshow, and today we're especially excited. We'll have a flyover with the 777-9. That's our latest airplane, made right here in Washington State. We have thousands of dedicated Boeing employees who contribute to that airplane, and we're so proud of them and all the great work that they're doing.
I look forward to that, and of course we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the Boeing FA-18 Super Hornet. Where's that going to be? Where are we going to see that today?
Well, we can't wait.
Do you think?
Yeah, it's going to follow the flyover. I mean, they've been performing just incredible this weekend. Of course, the FA-18 Super Hornets, designed and built by Boeing. There's a special relationship between the Blues, the Puget Sound, and Boeing. They're just incredible, and we can't wait to see them this afternoon, and they're just the pride of our nation.
And your employees are the pride of the company. We've seen a lot of them here at Seafair. I actually snuck into the skybox. Don't tell anyone, Lance. I think I have my secret safe here. To meet some of the Boeing employees that are here celebrating Seafair, not only celebrating, but also volunteering their time and helping with the events that are Seafair. How is Seafair and Boeing's commitment to the community show up through its employees?
Yeah, you saw a lot of that last weekend, excuse me, at the Torchlight Parade.
Yes.
We had our Boeing employees, our military, volunteering at the parade. Some of them were guiding the massive Blue Angel balloon.
Yep.
Many of our Boeing employees are down here today volunteering as well. In fact, many of them have been volunteering for years, some of them for decades. And one of the things that people may not realize is the Seafair core team is small. They're incredible, but what really powers the Seafair machine are the volunteers. And Boeing's so proud to be part of that.
We're very excited about the volunteers, but you yourself are a member of the team as a board member. Maybe walk us through one of your favorite personal memories of Seafair.
Oh my gosh, there's so
How do you
many.
pick one, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. Well, it's a pleasure to serve on the Seafair board on behalf of Boeing, and I started coming down here when I was a young kid with my family, sitting on the shores of Lake Washington, and then every year after. And now I'm able to come back with my family and enjoy afternoons like this. Some of my best memories are of some of the lesser known events. People may not realize that Seafair really starts in the spring, and there are car shows, there are music, culture events, food events, and some of the best memories are at some of those lesser known events where maybe there's a couple dozen people or a couple hundred rather than thousands. I guess if you pin me down, my best memory is probably right now spending Seafair weekend with my family and the Blue Angels.
Oh, you did say your family. I thought you were going to say the best memory was hanging out with Rob and Brian on set here at the Seafair broadcast. Well, maybe we'll get that spot next year. And speaking of next year, what can we expect as Seafair grows? Obviously, the Torchlight Parade, we heard from Emily herself earlier on this broadcast, definitely staying at the waterfront. You and I were there at the Torchlight Parade. We could see back, just enjoy it. What are you excited about looking forward as Seafair for another 76 years?
I think there's an elevated excitement this year, and that has a lot to do with Emily, the partnership with Boeing, and the planning will start next month for next year. And so there's a lot of fun things that are being planned, and I would anticipate with Emily and the partnership with Boeing in the Puget Sound here, things will continue getting better.
You mentioned some of the lesser known events. They do continue throughout the summer. This is sort of the highlight, the tentpole, if you will, weekend We had the 4th of July fireworks. We had the Torchlight Parade. But there are many activities, big, small, in local communities around the area. Certainly seafair.org for a list of all of those schedules. Lance, tell me about Boeing in the future. What's coming up? I know you're excited about the 777. I'm very excited about this flyover as a commercial aviation geek, as you know. Very excited about that myself. What else is coming? What's next with Boeing?
For Boeing? Well, certainly the 777-9, incredible airplane. We love it. Our customers love it. Yeah. The 737 is booming down in Renton. In fact, we can't build them fast enough. The demand is just off the charts, and things are booming across Boeing commercial airplanes. We're hiring more people, and it's just an exciting time to be part of Boeing.
I love it. I've got a lot of great friends that work at Boeing, and following the aviation community here in the Northwest, you'd be remiss without telling Boeing's story as a part of that. Lance Ball, thank you so much for joining us. It is just an incredible partnership, and we appreciate you taking the time to join us today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Lance. We are very excited to have more air show as we continue our broadcast here from Lake Washington.
The Seattle Seafair Trivia Answer is brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. Which answer did you select? Starbucks has more than 36,000 stores in 84 countries. And with 195 countries altogether, Starbucks is in almost half of the world's countries. Pretty impressive after starting out on the cobblestone streets of Pike Place Market. Today's H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing from Seafair Weekend Festival is brought to you by Apollo Mechanical Contractors.
All right, welcome back to Lake Washington. We're up to watch some reviews, some GP heats. I've got Jeff Ayler here, who's the voice of the GP America this weekend. And Jeff, thank you for being here.
And the mayor of Madison, Indiana, too.
There we
go. Rikers Ridge. And Nate and Steve, great to be with you. And wow, what a great treat for Grand Prix America to be here at Seafair. And we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a 7-boat final, the second largest hydroplane class on the planet. 1,400 horsepower, speeds up to 150 miles per hour. That's pretty quick in a 24-foot boat.
It's cool. Nate and I both have raced these past, and this is like the Corvette class. I mean, these things are quick and fat, like the mini jet that was just out here. Awesome, and these drivers, I mean, they're the next unlimited drivers, so we're going to see somebody moving up in an unlimited probably next year from this class.
And I think one in lane 2, Austin Eckert in the Miss Renee, no doubt has the driving skills to move up to H1 Unlimited.
And
Grand Prix Hydroplane Racing from Seafair is brought to you by JJR Engineering and Fabrication.
Jeff, take it away, buddy.
1A, it was attrition as we had 3 boats, Jeff Barnhart, Austin Egret, and Josh Harnack. 3 boats started. Barnhart led early. Here's Austin Egret, and here come Harnack up on the outside. And we'll see Barnhart here, I believe, shortly. As they came to the line, Barnhart was in 1, Austin Egret in 2, Josh Harnack on the outside. The start was good, but attrition would bite us here momentarily as we had a nice triple-decker going into turn number 1 on lap number 1. Barnhart tucked to the pins, and Steve and Nate, that boat is so superior on the inside. That was your top qualifier at over 131 miles per hour.
Yeah, and for those not familiar with this class, this is essentially the funny cars, the top fuel class of limited hydroplane racing.
Now this was a nice battle between the Miss Renee and Josh Harnack with their local sponsor, Caveman Kitchen, but the boat on the outside, they have had trouble all weekend, as you see right there, went dead in the water, and Miss Renee right there. Now we'll probably see Jeff going dead in the water. You see Harnack with the lid up.
He was pulling up to him too, but that is like a shooting star, your brightest before it blows up.
Exactly, and there's the Miss Renee with the Austin Egret. Now there's where Jeff Barnhart went dead in the water with the local sponsor, Ty Ginger. Miss Renee, named after the owner, Brian Richards' late mother. Of course, his company, JJR Engineering and Fabrication, is the GP class sponsor here at Seafair. And there was your winner of Heat 1A, Austin Egret and the Miss Renee. And once the other 2 went down, it was easy pickings.
Yep, I think that's a number you're familiar with in that boat.
Yeah, 17's a great number.
Yes, sir. That was Nate's
There's the
number
results. Austin Egret was the winner. Did not finish was Jeff, and did not finish was Josh.
Tough. Jeff was leading last weekend and blew an engine, or I think it was a propeller that went last time, but we may see him in the final, hopefully.
Yeah, he's going to be in the final.
Heat 1B coming out. There's the beautiful Cool Cat Motorsports. We had Kevin Egret in lane 1 from Edmonds in the Freak. Greg Hopp, the veteran, in lane 2 in the Old Trapper Beef Jerky. John Shaw on the outside. There's the Freak. Beautiful boat owned by Brian Richards out of Snohomish. And we're coming down to the start. Kevin Egret in lane 1. Greg Hopp in lane 2, John Shaw on the outside. We get to the line, it was good.
Wow, what a start.
But as we go through the footage here, recapping Heat 1B from Friday, the attrition bug hit us again, but guys right there, Egret looked good on the buoys, but Hopp and Shaw would eventually have problems.
Give me a sense of pride here for a second. John Shaw and his sister were created in my home when their parents were on vacation.
And they are twins,
they
brother
are
and sister. And you see Greg Hopp going dead in the water, unfortunately. And what that was, a $2.50 flange that held the fuel pump on giveaway.
Oh, no.
Now we go back, and there is Egret going up into the north turn on this 1 2/3 course on Lake Washington for GP. And I'm assuming here very shortly we'll see the 135 go down with John Shaw. But Kevin Egret, that's a beautiful boat. That's the previous Charger, and there is John Shaw right there. They had a motor grenade, and it was a tough break, but Ed Thompson and his crew out of Street, Maryland, they put it back together. They're in the final.
Great.
There's the GP10. How do you like that cowling design by Jimmy James?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, this is, the water's rougher because they're running a shorter course, generating more wake, and every time that prop comes out of the water, hits the rev limiter, you're stressing the crankshaft and the connecting rods, and away it goes.
And there's Kevin Egret on the cool-off lap, and there's your 1B results. Kevin Egret on top, Greg Hopp and John Shaw, and unfortunate did not finish, even though we had number 2 for Hopp, but he would love to have it, but he didn't. Nate going to 2A. The Old Trapper beef jerky was fixed. The $2.50 flange was found, bolted back on the fuel pump. Josh Harnack in lane 1, Greg Hopp in lane 2. Jeff Barnhart on the outside. This should be a good one, and it was for a while. We'll just see how it recaps here on the play-by-play. There's the green flag in the start, and Barnhart was right there on the outside, which was key.
He nails him, and boy, watch Hopp. This boat is amazing. 26-year-old boat. Originally, I believe it was the Alamo boat. Just a real bullet, and the Hopps know how to keep this thing together.
And Jerry out of Snohomish doing a great job, and off the turn you see Jeff Barnhart in the lead, and there's Josh Harnack in the Caveman Kitchen. Here's Barnhart, and working that canard wing. Fill us in on what that does.
You know, you're trying to keep it not too heavy in the water, but he's got the canard wing way up, and it's causing the boat to react off the sponsons. You really want to float it over that stuff if you can. Don't blow it over, but get fast.
And there's the unfortunate attrition right there for Josh Harnack and Bob Shellhaze's boat. Barnhart and the Thai Ginger working through turn number 1. And Jeff Wood come down to get the checkered flag, and there's Greg Hobb. Greg survived, and Wood gets second in Heat 2A. And boy, beautiful shot there, the 79. Steve, that's a 3-time defending national champion in Grand Prix America. Owner Mike Grindell out of Massachusetts.
Great ride. Jeff's doing super. We got some racing royalty. Hobb's father is the fastest grandfather ever to have raced, set the kilo record in this class.
Barnhart was the winner. Hobb in second. Kevin Egret, well, that was actually Josh Harnack had it did not finish in 2A. Now we're coming to 2B, a 4-boat heat. John Shaw in 1, Austin Egret in 2, his cousin Kevin Egret in lane 3. Chris Grant's first appearance in the GP5 in lane 4. And Nate, it's great when you bring a boat to the race, and the Grants, and they actually started and finished this heat. They were thrilled.
Yeah, this is a class that takes a lot to be able to start and finish. So that's a good goal to start with, is starting and finishing.
And there was the start, and you saw
a little
bit early. John Shaw led him across the line in the Cool Cat Motorsports. Beautiful boat owned by Ed and Andrea Thompson out of Street, Maryland. And there's Austin Egret, the one I kind of like in this final heat, coming up here later on Kong. There's Egret walking the boat. And Steve, that's a good boat ride.
Yes, sure. It doesn't look, but it's filling the air, which you need to do to keep it in the water. And I've got a favorite, which I should, but Kevin used to race with us in Unlimited. And a heck of a driver, great guy, tremendous family support. But all 4 of these people, terrific competitors.
And there's Kevin Egret in the Freak.
And if I'm correct, Kevin's the painter for many of these boats, I believe.
Yes, Kevin's a very talented individual, and really good with the squirt gun, painting the boats. And
he and Terry Joe Baylor, just what a team they make, what a couple. It's great to have them in powerboat racing.
Beautiful people, and they've been great to me here this weekend with hospitality. And you see the finish coming up here as Kevin Egret would win Heat 2B, because Austin Egret, back to your point, did jump the gun in the Miss Renee. So Kevin Egret won 2B. Chris Grant started and finished in second. That was his first ever Grand Prix heat.
Boy, good rate. This final is going to be something with these guys, because the water's going to get rougher. The day's getting a little better, getting a little warmer. Looking forward to seeing the final in this one, Jeff.
Yeah, 3A's been run too as well. They combined that heat because there was attrition, so that was the people. In lane 1 was Greg Kopp, lane 2 was Jeff Barnhart, lane 3 Austin, 4 was Kevin Egret. The noise in the background you hear, they're on the water right now for the final 2 as well. So let's get these results of 3A done.
The Grand Prix Hydroplane Final from Seafair is brought to you by JJR Engineering and Fabrication.
They were running behind there, so we didn't have that video for you, but we are going to go to the lineup here for the final.
Kevin Egret in 1, Austin Egret number 2, Jeff Barnhart, GP79, Greg Kopp at the 15, Josh Harnack in the 12, John Shaw in the 135, and Chris Grant. 7 of these boats on this course. Boy, if you don't get the inside here, you are stuck.
Yeah, exactly, and I think handicapping on paper, Jeff Barnhart is the favorite in lane number 3, your top qualifier, but keep your eye on the dominant white baby blue boat with the red lettering. That's Austin Egret out of Burien. In the Miss Renee, there's Greg Hopp we see in the old Trapper Beef Jerky. Steve, you told me earlier you drove that boat once for Ned Allen.
I sure did. What a boat. I mean, amazing power. But you see him now just messing around here trying to get the lane. Doesn't look like Jeff's got lane 2 unless he's going to leapfrog the boat on the inside.
No, they're all off-signed lanes.
Oh, signed lanes. Oh,
it's okay, signed lanes.
I missed that.
It's okay.
I was getting
out for a while.
Oh, Oh, heavens, I would rather race for
What we
it,
really
but
want to
it is
see
what
here,
it
people,
is.
is all these boats you see in that frame right there. That's a great shot, you guys, is to be able to start and finish this heat. If we get all the boats coming across the start-finish line at full song, it's going to be really impressive.
But Nate, I'm going to let him race, brother, not set the lanes. But that's okay.
That's okay. That's okay.
You just got to nail your start, leave it wide open.
Look at that. That's a great shot. All these boats in the water.
It is.
And their butterflies are running right now. They say, where do I be? Where's my timing mark? And some of these boats a little bit outside, they can't see the buoys through the rooster tail, so they have to kind of key off the other boats. So look how close they got. Look at that. That's
a couple.
Whoa, there's somebody losing a lane right
now.
Oh, yeah. Someone's lost a lane there. So that's going to be an interesting call. See what the referees say on that one.
They are going to put some money in the cuss jar on that one, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I think so too as well.
We're coming to the line, mile and 2/3 course, 3-lap heat. We're racing.
Well, we got some late
start. Austin Egret leads them across the line in lane number 2 in the Miss Renee, but on his hip is Jeff Bernard in the Thai Ginger. Greg Hopp appears outside of the Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Hopper lost the skid fin, went down momentarily. There's Kevin Egret on the inside. Egret back in third. Now Greg Hopp going dead in the water in the Old Trapper Beef Jerky. And we got a deck-to-deck battle up into the north turn. Your top qualifier, the orange Thai Ginger in front. Austin Egret tucked back in second. Steve and Nate, deck-to-deck dueling doesn't get better.
We just got word from the officials, too, that was a clean start. It was close, but it was a good start. So here they are, first and second right there.
And there's your lane 1 and 2. Jeff's got straightaway speed. The other fellow had lane 1. Get 5 miles an hour to go past him. If Jeff can keep it in the water, it looks like he might have this one.
Lap number 1 complete. The top 2.
Really
Bernard
just
really
about blew
light
that
on
one
the
over.
outside. Now Austin Egret has regained the advantage and takes the lead. Shorter way around now. Jeff Bernard, let's hope he avoids Greg Hopp.
I think he went outside.
Dead in the water.
That could have made all the difference in this race. Is Jeff having to go outside of the stalled boat and he got loose going into the turn. That opens up a 20-lap lead, 20-boat length lead for this 17. That could make all the difference.
We're past the halfway mark of the championship heat for Grand Prix America at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. You see up above in turn number 2. Steve, you're exactly right. Austin Egret's lead is increased, but Jeff Bernard not giving up on the outside.
Wound up. He's got it wound up.
Nate,
he knows
what
where
would
they
you
are
be doing? Well, I'd be pushing Bernard out to the shoreline.
I would too as well, but he's also got to look. He's too close to him to dive on the inside, but maybe not.
Yeah.
It could be. If he's going to go wide here, he dives through the tail and gets to the inside.
Yeah, this is the time to go wide, and then what Jeff might do is dive through that tail to the inside. It's a risky move, but he's got to do it if he's going to pull a win out of this.
Absolutely. If you want to win on Lake Washington, you're running out of tricks, you're running out of time. It's the final lap of the Grand Prix Championship.
His heart rate right now is probably 190 in first. You're just hoping to keep it in the water. You know you got a guy coming up on the outside. What a race.
Final turn, final lap,
Great to see these boats running too as well. So a lot of boats running on the course still. That's wonderful.
Could it be a party in Burien tonight?
It's going to be.
Austin Egret, the owner, Brian Richards, this boat named after his late mother, Miss Renee. Your winner of the GP Championship is Austin Egret in the Miss Renee.
Well, and I think Mom's watching from above, and that was a victory for her.
And that's the first GPA victory for owner Brian Richards and Richards Racing out of Snohomish, Washington. There's Jeff Bernard. Guys, you both know Jeff. He'll be very disappointed, but with the lane assignments and also, too, the rough water and running outside Austin Egret, that was key for Egret to win, but it hurt Bernard traveling more real estate to his outside
Going
hip.
to that first turn, trying to come in tight, it just that didn't.
Watch the replay now to see. I don't know if we're going to see the start or what, but the start, you'll be able to, this is the exact start here coming down. So, yeah, you saw the
look at that
advantage there inside.
One boat apart.
The one thing I'm not sure about during the score-up, we did see it. We saw some boats kind of push out and close, lose lanes and all that. So I don't have official word yet from the tower on what the official is, but right now it appears that the U-17 is the winner and Jeff Bernard is second.
And Nate, you bring up a great point, but I think those boats that could be in violation were on the outside of the boats in lanes 1, 2, and 3.
I do believe so, too.
And those two made it on they were penalized because they were way late on the start. Heavens, they showed up for dinner at breakfast time.
Yeah. That's right, Steve. You did that a lot, too.
Oh, did I?
Now, there we go. That's the Charger, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, they're going to come back to the winner right
GP10,
after this.
That's the Freak. All right, we're going to go take a break, and we'll come back with Bridget down in the pits after this message.
Today's H1 Unlimited Hydroplane racing from Seafair Weekend Festival is brought to you by Apollo Mechanical Contractors.
We're here with our winner, Austin Egret. Austin, how are you feeling?
Oh my gosh, this is a dream come true. Win the home race, hometown race, it's absolutely a dream come true. And then to have the boat run as good as it did, we've had ups and downs all year, and just to have it all come together for the final, it's absolutely amazing.
How does it feel to beat your big brother?
Cousin, but really good.
Tell us, what was your mindset going into this race?
Just stay clear, you know. I had a lot of mishaps, driver issues, or mistakes. I jumped the start a few times, so just knew that I couldn't jump the start. And, man, it was a great run, great run.
Well, great job. Congratulations. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much for being here and flying out here from the East, and love your accent and everything else, and you did an awesome job with the Grand Prix.
The mayor of Riker Ridge, Indiana.
Rikers Ridge, Indiana.
Jeff,
we
thank you.
cranked
Pleasure.
it up, and what a treat for me, off the bucket list, first crack at live TV, and guys, thank you.
My pleasure, Jeff. Thank you, buddy.
Welcome back to the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Apollo Mechanical Cup.
Oh, right, here we go with more highlights from Heat
Unlimited
3A.
3A is sponsored by Apollo Mechanical Contractors.
All right, and they are on the water here for Heat 3A. These are highlights again, and we see Graham Trucking. The lineup here is Gunnar O'Farrell in the U-21, Andrew Tate in the U-91 in Goldman Real Estate, Jeff Bernard in the Graham Trucking in U-12, and Corey Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing.
This is going to be an interesting race. Jeff obviously has got to get the inside to try to get this, but he's got some really fast competition next to him. And again, at 5 miles an hour per lane out, if you've got 10 on the inside, you've got him. Jeff's a hair bit off on the start. That may make all the difference.
But what I like to see is Bill Walk nailed the start really good. So did Gunnar.
Yes, he sure did. And Gunnar comes third-generation racer, but 91 again. Andrew Tate's just got the speed, the acceleration. It goes through the turn faster.
Yeah, very fast. Jeff on the inside lane, really. Tate did a wonderful job leaving the lane for Jeff. He didn't need to. He has overlap right about there.
And I would have not have left the lane.
Yeah, I know you would.
Hose you down.
Look at that race for second right now. They were doing great.
Look at the rides. Just they're just doing such a great job using the canard in this water. But the 91, the Goodman, Bruce Ratchford's new boat. What a way to start a season.
Yeah. And, Tate could have closed the door if he wanted to numerous times, and he didn't. And that is what actually enabled Jeff to get second, because Vilwalk was pushed out, and he had to run a lot further. So really, as far as boat speed goes, Jeff owes Tate a beer.
He sure does.
Yeah.
Because on a 2-mile course, the further out you push somebody, now you're running a 2 1/10 mile course, a 2.25 mile course. And he didn't have to do it, like you say. He was awfully nice. You and I were not that nice, Nate.
Things were different back then.
They were.
Anyway, you can see he's got the field covered right there, but it was a good race. They didn't need to break any equipment, bust stuff up, because most of the boats were in the final here, so that's what they came out with.
Watch Phil walk in the 27 in the final, because from lane 3 he couldn't catch him or gunner, but in the final, those 2 inside lanes, if they don't mess up, just great job for him. Perfect weekend for Andrew.
Second place, third place, Phil Walk. So here's the replay for that.
Now watch the start of this one. Jeff's just a hair bit off, and he's usually not.
One. Poof. Really, Vilwalk broke the clock, and Tate was second, and Jeff was third.
And possibly that may have made a difference, but it's just Tate's got so much more speed in the Goodman at this point. But the final is a whole different ball of wax.
Gloves come off in the final.
Yeah.
Look at him dance that thing. The wing's loaded down. He's got the wing loaded for the front end, but he's still loose.
What a ride.
That boat could blow over any second if he just went the other way in the wing.
Yep. Yeah, did a great job. And congratulations again to Bruce Rashford.
Here are the results. Andrew Tate, the Goodman Real Estate 1, Jeff Bernard and the Graham Trucking 2nd, Corey Beatbuddy and the Beacon Plumbing 3rd, and Gunner brought it up in the U21.
And good for...
H1 Unlimited Heat 3B is sponsored by Apollo Mechanical Contractors.
All right, here we go, 3B. And again, thank you to Apollo Mechanical Contractors for sponsoring this heat. It's really wonderful having them in Seafair and sponsoring a whole bunch of stuff.
Bruce Ratchford's really stepped up to the plate.
The boats on the water out there are going to be U8, J. Michael Kelly, Jamie Nielsen, and the Flavor Pack in U11, Dave Vilwalk, and the Apollo Plumbing in U27.
3 phenomenal racers. Again, Dave Vilwalk, our winningest driver in the sport. J. Michael Kelly, who's won here a bunch of times. Nielsen waiting for his first win. He is almost there, and just a heck of a guy. He's the one, Nate, that almost went pro baseball, but just great guy, great family. You know, I'm pulling for him for heart, but I got a feeling that GMK's got the speed in this one. Now, GMK is racing for Strong Racing, Beacon Plumbing, local company, local Seattle company. But J. Michael Kelly, a phenomenal racer. His kids are doing terrific in outboards as well, and he knows how to fly a boat.
This is the first lap. You know, he's running for points too as well. So it's more for him to win this heat, but it's really important for everybody to finish this heat because these points are super important, so you're not the trailer in the final.
Yeah, and if we say points, for those not familiar with our sport, you accumulate points during the year, and the boat accumulating the greatest number of points ends up as U1.
Look at that race, deck to deck there with Jamie. Jamie, you know, for I want to call it a B-level boat. I don't mean that in disrespect, but there are parts and equipment and depth isn't as such. But Jamie's put himself on the inside lane. He's done a wonderful job. He just about won the Gold Cup last week.
Yes.
And it's just amazing how well that team is doing. And of course, my bonus son is on that team. So
absolutely. And he's doing a heck of a job too.
Yeah. They're in the final lap here. JMK coming across, getting ready to come down to the finish line.
Just nailed the start, and Jamie was right there as well. This final is really looking to be something because last week we thought we knew who was going to win, and then look what happened with the jumps.
Many times, there's the driver is everything here. We thought Tate had it handled, but it got into his head somehow, and he just messed up. Or other teams, outsmarted him on that. And Dave Vilwalk outsmarted all of them.
It's the roughest 60 minutes in racing, frankly, is that hour before the final heat. The butterflies are flying faster than the boats are.
Yeah, and there's the start coming down for that original start. So JMK wired it, and so did Jamie. Those guys are right there with that 10th of a second to one another. And probably pushed it more than I would have on that.
An accident-free day at Seafair.
So far.
Phenomenal.
So far.
Now we go into some finals, and boy, it's going to be anybody's race.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Beacon Electric.
There's your winner, U8, Beacon Plumbing, J. Michael Kelly, Jamie in the Flavor Pack on second, and Dave Vilwalk in the Miss Apollo U27. So the wind has not picked up. And we're going to be right back with the finals after this message. There's a great shot of the plumbing.
It is.
This H1 Unlimited Championship race is sponsored by Apollo Mechanical Contractors.
Nate, this is what you come for, man. Everything has been poops and giggles until this final heat.
Boats are on the race course. The jockeying has already started. These guys got 4 minutes, actually 3 minutes and 15 seconds before they end up into that 1 minute 15.
And for our new fans, jockeying means they're figuring out where they want to be for the start. They cannot cross the start-finish line until a minute 15 seconds before the final. Try to lock up that inside lane. Then you kind of park it, coming around for the start. Just what Jamie Nielsen's doing right now.
He's not going down. He's going slower. He wants to go slow because he's got a timing mark. He's got to kill a bunch of time. We call that in the sport a park and start.
Yep, it's called and a ground idle in a tournament. These engines came out of the Chinook helicopters, and that's ground idle, like if it was just idling on the ground. But all the racing predicate to this was just points. This is a winner-take-all final in Seattle. And this is the biggie. This is our Daytona 500.
Right. The gamble you take when you go slow like that is A, can you get back on a plane in time?
Yeah.
Is you going to get your mark okay? And if you go too slow at that 1 minute 15 mark, the other boats could be rocking and rolling, and they drop in front of you. As long as they have overlap, they can cut right in front of you.
And overlap, Nate, explain that to me.
So that's 7 boat lengths.
Okay. And so it's basically a rooster tail, because if you come over somebody and your rooster tail hits their boat, you can do what we call a blowover. The water gets underneath the bottom of the boat, center pressure moves forward, and over you go.
That's what you did to me.
I did indeed. Well, you were going to beat me. I had to take you out.
There you go. But no, it's, you can see them right now. It's a park and start. People are trying to get a lane, and then hopefully the other boats are all going to do the same thing, so then they're all going to be going slow.
And they're good at this.
That was an interesting one there.
Yes, and you had a cousin that was really good at this. I remember one year we won here. Your cousin did a great job with the park and start, but we were able to come around and leapfrog in front of him, and that may happen here. You may see somebody come out.
They're all going slow. I don't see anybody going fast right now.
Yeah.
So they're all putting along and trying to establish a lane. So now, right now, I don't know who's in the inside.
I was back. Yeah, the boat, number 4 boat right now is in a good
Somebody
position.
put a fire out. Did you see the steam?
Yeah, I saw the steam come off.
So I think the Apollo put the steam out. He got it relit. He's coming up. This is interesting.
Nielsen's doing okay.
The Nielsen, is he still in the same spot?
Now they're way down at what we call turn 3 and 4. Now when they're actually racing,
they have 45 seconds to kill, and they're on it.
Yeah,
they're just about to the exit pin. They got to kill a ton.
Boy, if you don't, you jump the gun.
The catbird seat right now is JMK. Yep, sitting back there. Also Corey Peabody and the other Beacon boat. He's sitting back there. those guys can get a flying start and drop right in on those guys.
Because if you jump, you're out of the race, basically. It's a done deal. But if you can make that flying start, out-accelerate them, cut off the field in lane 1 legally, it's your race.
Yep. So right now, I'd want to be back there getting a flying start. These boats do accelerate pretty good once you get going.
He's jumping a little too early. I think you've got about 10 to 11 seconds from the exit pin to the start, but he thinks he's on the mark.
23, I don't know.
Man, he's got to burn off 6 seconds. This is tough. As you say, the boat that's coming up, well, it looks like Goodman is doing a good job.
1 second. He did.
He made it.
It looked like a clean start from here. We'll get an official message in a minute here from the tower. But it looks like Jeff did his deal.
Now, they're not racing yet. What they're doing is they're covering their positions, going down the back straight as fast as they can, because if somebody gets overlapped before start-finish, they can come over on you. So it's just protecting your position.
And right now, with Jamie, with the speed in there, he's actually, Jeff's in a good spot. Lane 2 is faster.
Yep.
And he's done a good job. And Jamie's done a good job holding the pins. And that was a good, clean, legal score up.
Great.
So this is right now, we've got lane 1, Jamie Nielsen. We got lane 2, Jeff Bernard. I don't know who's in 3 right now.
And this is where you're, oh boy. That
was
looked like
good.
number 2 came into number 1's lane. It sure looks like.
You think that, or you think the 11 moved out?
We'd have to look at the rooster tail behind and see what that white water looked like. The bird in the sky is going to see that for us, but that was definitely a bump. Didn't take anybody out, thankfully.
No, but I do think there's going to be a call there because boats did hit. There was a deviation in course arc. So we'll just have to see what the officials say. That's just us.
Hey, when I was a driver, I would have said nothing happened.
Nothing happened. What? What do you mean?
This is going to be something. This is where you're so nervous. You got to nail it. You see a guy way back.
Early. I mean, 3, 2, 1. It looks like
that was close.
I think there's a boat over.
I think there's a jump.
Just from watching it, looks like JMK might have been the one over, but I'm not sure.
Was Goldman pushed way outside?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Let her rip.
No, it was Gunner who had gone down on power.
Okay. We got Jamie Nielsen right now inside lane. I mean, I don't know if he was going to be a call boat or not, but right now he's leading the race. So good for Jamie. What a race up front there. We got first, second, third, as they say, a triple decker going into that second quarter.
We've got a boat in the middle you can't see right now between rooster tails, right? Just outside of Jamie is a boat in the middle between 1 and 3.
Yep.
Goodman on the, okay, it's Goodman in 2.
Goodman.
He blew out. Now you got a boat out in lane 3, so he can't go out too wide. And it's not intentional. You unhook, the fin goes out of the water, and you slide
rough out there. Look at those guys hanging it out.
And it's just going to get worse every lap.
Yep. We've got Jamie on the inside, lane 1. It's in second place right now.
Goodman with speed. The third, boy, lane 3 is just hanging it out to win. Like you say, there may be some calls on this one, Nate.
Yeah, I know. I'm still waiting for a final word. See what's going on here. But the other ones are hanging it out too as well. Dave Vilwalk out there. Jeff Bernard is really rough. And the really rough guy out there is
Gunner is
just banging around
through the
Look at that race up in front for first and second.
But there's the difference between lane 1 and lane 2. Goodman stretching out a little bit by the end of the straightaway, then they come to the turn. Jamie Nielsen accelerates through the turn well.
Well, it's unfortunately that the 8 and the 11 did jump the gun, so Jamie unfortunately up there in
so this is
second place.
If Goodman just hangs in there, he's the lead right now. He's just got to keep it clean, and he's probably been told by the crew, you're safe, giving him an idea of how many lengths he's got and everybody else. It's his race to lose at this point.
Yeah, it is.
You're so close at those speeds, golly, just 30 feet is nothing, a split second.
It is, and that's what's happened. He's pushing the clock, is what he had to do, but he's showing a good deal for a sponsor too as well.
Sure is, and thank Beacon. I mean, they have been in the sport a long time. We're so glad to have them in the sport, as well as Goodman, a local sponsor, and Bruce Ratchford sponsoring the whole race. And it looks like Bruce last week won the Gold Cup. This year, if Tate holds it together, he's going to win the Seafair.
Yep, it looks like it, but that's all I have right now. I don't have any other calls in the course at this point in time.
And there may be, because there was that bump, as you say, coming in where 1 and 2 went out, but already Nielsen jumped the gun, so he's kind of out of the race anyways.
So right now it's Andrew Tate.
Yep.
Looks like the obvious winner.
His race, running wide and safe. Jamie's doing a good job of not creating any problems for the boats behind him. But we've got real good racing back there in 3rd and 4th. We always tend to look at that first place boat, but those guys are racing their hearts out back there too, because they want to get in the podium.
And it's rough. And look at Jeff climbing up.
Yeah. Never write off Jeff. Jeff Bernard is a great driver, good at everything he's got. JMK as well.
J. Michael Kelly.
But JMK jumped, so that boat is not effectively in the race.
I figured he had jumped from our viewpoint here on the tower. Pit tower is where we are.
And it's tough because if you don't push that start, you're not going to win. So every great driver has jumped in these sports.
Look at all the boats out there too in the logbook. They're getting a good show as well.
This is,
Here comes something's going on with Dave.
Something going on with Dave in the 27, the Apollo.
Looks like Corey got the inside of him and passed him. So I don't know what's going on there with that boat. They're losing something.
For local folks, the 27 used to be the Oh Boy Oberto, sponsored by the late Art Oberto and his company.
The boat's called the Sharky.
Yes, it was.
That one there is the old Home Street boat.
Yes. Yep. And a great race. Andrew drove at this point, it looks like he drove a good, clean race to win it. What we don't know is who's going to get the call for that bump.
I don't know. If there is one.
Yeah, thankfully, no accidents. Good driving. That bump happens. And just you slide out a little bit. It's a matter of moving 5 feet one direction or the other.
We're in the final lap right now. It's been a little bit of a parade, to be honest, but it's some exciting stuff at the start, and it's still really close. I mean, if Jamie wouldn't have jumped, it really would have been a great Seafair race.
He probably got out of it when he did. Dave's still running the 27, but just doesn't. Look at the water.
Yeah,
look
really rough.
And that's Lake.
I'm sure he's getting tired out there too as well.
Yeah. If he were young like you and I.
Yeah, he was 71. All right, here we come down for the final.
Way to go.
A white flag. I see a white flag flying. It's a white flag flying right there. So we're on the final lap now.
Yeah, it looks like there may be an extra lap unless we counted wrong, Dave.
Yeah, I don't know here. We're looking at the monitor, and we're also looking at the flags on the tower.
Yeah, we're looking for a checkered flag.
Flag on the tower is a white flag, so we're on the final lap right now.
So when there's a penalty, if a boat has a one-lap penalty, they'll get a white flag as opposed to a checkered flag.
Back when you and I were running, it was a one lap. Now it's all 1 minute. So yeah,
which is slow lap. Slow lap, right? They're running 48-second lap, something like that.
So they're still running on the water. We've got is that Beacon Plumbing running there on the outside?
That's the one that was injured the other day, and they've still got some duct tape holding it together.
No.
Final lap. It sure looked like it was an extra.
It did. Now I see a black
flag. And yellow flag. I think there's going to be some calls on this heat that we may not be aware of yet.
Could be. Either that. I mean, I would have seen a checkered flag up there. So.
Well, we're going to watch. We're going to watch for punching gloves coming out of the trucks.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to know that there's some arguments.
We'll see here. So, welcome to H1 Racing, where the final isn't determined for another 30 minutes after the final heat.
These poor officials do their best, but man, when there's close calls, they want to make sure they get it right.
We should also remind the fans too as well that it's not just the race course we have obviously calls just like in baseball.
Sure.
They're quicker than this though. But they also have a computer box that monitors a lot of the rules inside these boats, and we're limited on basically the N2 speed, which is the RPM the engine can reach. We're limited to 110%, and 100% is 15,500.
Fuel
so it's
flow,
like
right?
17,000 RPM basically is what we're limited to, and also fuel flow 4.1 gallons a minute. We can't go over that.
And the reason we have those restrictions, because some people have been texting and saying, how come they're called unlimited when they're not? It's because we'll just blow up too much stuff.
Yeah, we have no parts left. These are all Vietnam War vintage Chinook.
So we're going to watch the start again right here, Nate. Let's watch it and see. It was so close. I mean, it was just a sponsor length over.
Really close.
Andrew Tate, of course, is the son of Mark Tate. Mark has won. Here we go.
Watch this one right here. So coming on 1, 2, 9.
Just over.
Yeah, half a second over, and Jamie was right there too with him. So.
Yep, both of them over.
Yep, and they did officially jump. The finish on the water was 91, and then 12, 9, 27, and 21. The race is under review. That's the official from the tower. So there are going to be a call at least monetary. They don't always add a minute. Sometimes it's monetary. So.
And the 12 is the one we saw, I think, bump into the other boat as they were exiting. The 12 last week was just about destroyed. It's amazing what Tom Anderson, the crew, and Graham Trucking did to get that boat back on the water.
So physically, what we do know is the 12 got second, the 9 with Corey got third, 27 Bill Watt got fourth, and the 21. The 91 was the winner on the water, but we have to find out now.
Still have to go through tech.
Yep, tech on that.
Water like this, you get loose, you get it underneath it, and that RPM could exceed the N2, and you only need to be over, was it, Nate, 3 seconds?
Yeah.
Over 110%. Yeah. So that's not long, but he's watching lights in there. His team is telling him what to do. But Andrew drove a great race.
Like you said, I think he was clean.
Yeah.
And all that.
It sure looked like. Although he looks a little worried, but anybody that's racing H1 is always worried about the final decision.
I see Troy Holmberg down there. Give him a hug. Troy was
with you. Yep. He used to build your engines as well.
That's one of the cool things about this sport too as well, is that the team that I formed with Bar Gang Racing, we had a big picture in the pits with another team member. we had like 8 or 9 of us there, and all of them are on their crews right now. So it's really cool to be able to see my crews, the people I brought into the
Spread
sport,
out.
stay in the sport. So.
And your wife, Lisa Engel, was an integral part too of your team. She was phenomenal.
Yep. Well, let's speak of my wife. She's down there helping Bridget, but let's go down with Bridget and check out the winner.
Hey guys, I'm here with the winner. Hugs all around, just energy, through the roof. How are you feeling, Andrew?
All better now, that's for sure. It was a long 5 laps, but congratulations to everyone. Thanks for sticking out. I hope everyone enjoyed the show.
What did it mean to you to just come back to this grand welcome and see everyone cheering you on?
It means a lot to me, but I think it means a lot more to everyone around here with a Goodman Real Estate shirt on. These guys have worked so hard to make sure we have the ability to be out front, and I'm just glad I could kind of deliver there for them. They deserve it.
What was your mindset going into today's race?
Don't suck.
Simple as that. Anything else you want to say?
No, thanks to all the volunteers, the rescue team, everyone who makes Seafair such an awesome event. I've been coming here since I was a little kid from Detroit, and Seattle's definitely got a special place in my heart. So thanks to Seattle and their love for the Hydros for having us here. I hope to see you next year.
Thanks so much. Congratulations. I'll send it back to you guys.
That was some amazing racing. Thank you for bringing it. Thank you to our colleagues, Nate and Steve, for bringing us all the action of the hydroplanes. It's great to have both of these amazing shows here together in one platform on one broadcast.
Air and
We're bringing you a lot, air and water, and in some cases, both combined.
You bet. And two boats jumped the gun on that last heat. That was it's amazing. The strategy that goes on in a race like this, and even though it's just go fast and turn left, there's a lot more going on there.
We were joking in the track. You go fast, turn left, and then someone wins.
Somebody's got to
someone
win.
finishes,
Right.
someone wins. I love that.
Well, we've got our next performer is a young lady whose name is Melissa Burns, and she has been a fixture in the airshow business for a number of years, but she's also got some history in that she was made part of the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University Hall of Fame back in 2015. 10 years ago, she actually competed in the Women's World Unlimited Aerobatic Championships and finished 3rd. And now she's married. She lives in Bellingham, Washington, and she's got her kids here with us, and she's going to be performing in an unlimited aerobatic airplane. We got the unlimited hydroplane boats here, but we've got the Zivco Edge 540 was used by a lot of the top aerobatic competitors and airshow performers around the country and around the world, and it has an incredible roll rate of over 400 degrees per second. That's a whole lot of green blue blue for whoever's flying it and throws that stick over. But it is also capable, because of its over 350 horsepower motor, Brian, it's got the capability and its very lightweight construction of carbon fiber materials, composite materials, to do the kinds of maneuvers that 40 years ago nobody even believed were possible.
Rob, you're talking about the air show, you're talking about the boat show, but what about a car show? I mean, Seafair weekend has it all. Let's take a look at this.
All right.
We're here at the Seafair Classic Car Show, and there are so many gorgeous cars here. We've been talking to folks. They are so excited to see just the stunning craftsmanship that goes into all of these. We're actually going to chat over here with Bob J. This is his car. Hey, Bob J.
Hi.
Tell me all about your car.
Well, this car I first saw in 1958 when I was 12. When I was in, in 1966, my mom bought it, same car. And then when I was in my 50s, I made a deal with my mom. And so I've been working on it for 25 years. And we just finally got it running in the last 2 months. We've been driving it again.
So this is her debut.
I'm sorry, say that?
Is this her debut then?
Essentially, yeah. It's a debut for Seafair, indeed. Its actual debut was last weekend in the Tri-Cities, where we took it back where we came from. Okay. And took it back to the high school. It's my high school colors. I didn't mean that. It just sort of happened. And we're having a great time with it.
Well, this is gorgeous. Tell us, I mean, what does it mean to be able to have a car so special to you out at Seafair and just be out here with other car owners and folks that, you know, just kind of love this stuff?
Well, as a world's record holder drag racer myself, this is so fun because I've been boat racing as well. And this is one of my best friend's sons. And we're out here with our cars that he's restored. And his dad was a world's record holding and national champion limited hydroplane racers and partners with unlimited national champion Steve Reynolds. And these are some things that we have accumulated over our 50-some years of racing. And this kind of stuff Randy has built himself, a fabulous artist, and this car, what he's done, it's incredible. So we get to come out here and everybody loves the cars.
They do love the cars, and this is clearly a community and a family affair. Well, we'll send it back to you guys.
Bridget Chavez, thank you very much for that report. Again, we were talking earlier with Emily about all of the activities happening during Seafair weekend. We see that you've got the Apollo boat there in the water on your screen, Miss Apollo. They're working on some of those issues there. There are some very smart people that keep these these boats alive and keep them running and keep them in the water. And of course, the cranes that pick them up out of the water, put them in the water, and there's a lot of things going on.
What do the cranes do?
Look at that! They pick things up, they put things down. Look at this crew; they're troubleshooting in real time. You know, we joke, and during the pandemic, we talked a lot about building a plane while in flight. I think what we're watching on the screen here is quite literally troubleshooting an issue with a boat while it's underway, while they're working on it there. So
there's a lot of technology that goes on in trying to put a jet engine on a boat and it's not a jet-powered boat. The jet propulsion actually turns a gearbox that turns the propeller.
You know, I learned the knee bone was connected to the hip bone. And then the hip bone is somehow connected to my stomach. And here's what I love about Seafair most, if I could make this awkward pivot for you.
Okay.
There is a lot of food here at Seafair. Have you had a chance to go out there and eat, Rob?
No, I've been staying back here in the compound. I'm a newbie here.
Well, you know what? You got to get out there. You got to go experience all of the food and all of the fun available at Genesee Park, including some amazing eats. And we have a package.
For instance,
take a look.
Haven't had a bite to eat yet here at Seafair, you are missing out. There are so many options here. You can't go wrong really with anything, but we're going to show you one of our specialties here today. We're with Craig Sawyers from Pigley's Barbecue. Craig, what do we got cooking today?
This morning, this gentleman's getting the shish kebabs ready to go. Was quite the seller yesterday. Fresh chicken, grilled chicken, shish kebabs, and then here, of course, is it's always a winner here. These big, fat, juicy turkey legs.
It looks like your own microphone.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just a little bigger than a microphone, but yeah, it could be.
What else do we have going on here?
Over here, we got a couple 100 pounds of beef shoulder clod spinning right here, and then we shave that off throughout the day and make fresh beef sandwiches.
I know that this all looks amazing, but it smells even better. I wish you could smell this through the TV. Craig, what is your favorite, though, if someone has to pick just one thing?
I got to go with that beef. I'm a beef lover, so that's pretty amazing to me.
And you said onions on it, the fixins?
Oh, yeah. We butter toast the bread, the grilled onions, barbecue sauce.
Well, there you have it, guys. Can't go wrong with some barbecue. Make sure to check it out.
Bridget. I love that. Thank you, Bridget, for bringing us the food. And here we are at the Seafair Log Boom, and anyone that has grown up in the Northwest, in Seattle, knows the tradition that is coming out to Lake Washington. Couple of spots on Lake Washington where you can actually anchor, but during Seafair weekend, 4th of July, other special events, you can actually anchor at various parts of the lake. And of course, here's the log boom, the site of the biggest floating party of the summer. Boaters tie up on this temporary log boom. You can see it right there in that shot for the best water surface view of the hydroplane races and to see that air show perform directly overhead. And each year, Seafair offers log boom passes to boaters, fostering a strong sense of community and summer celebration. You see they're having a great time there. I think some of the food, Rob, that Bridget was mentioning is being grilled on those boats. I got to tell you, all my friends are out there right now. I'm going to be joining them later this summer. It's just an incredible party. Look at that. Somebody's celebrating the holidays already. We got some sailboats, we got some speedboats, some motor yachts. Just an incredible time there. And I love, Rob, you know, if you've ever gone to the big box stores, you see those floaty toys.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely.
These are a big deal here in Seattle. You get the latest floaty toy from the warehouse stores, and you inflate it, and you hope it lasts all season. These folks have got their tied up there to a log boom there. They are having a party out there.
Yes, indeed. Looks fun to me, and it's all kept just exactly far enough away from the aerobatic box so there's not going to be any problem with that. But it looks like it's reminiscent for me of the infield at the Indy 500.
Oh, yeah.
On Memorial Day.
That is basically like the pits. And, of course, you see our floating bridge there, I-90, for those of you that know, that connects us, Seattle to Boston, all the way across. I think it was a trivia question a little bit later on.
Well, as someone who's been fortunate enough to have been in the back seat of Blue Angel number 4 and number 5, I can tell you the view from that viewpoint is pretty spectacular, doing speeds nearly the speed of sound and going upside down and very, very well, losing my lunch. But anyway, it was the memory of a lifetime on those two rides. The Blue Angel pilots experience that every day. Here's a look inside the cockpit of Blue Angels. Now, we are looking at from the cockpit of Blue Angel number 6 right now. And that's Connor O'Donnell. And as he goes off to the side, now watch him, he gets off to the side as they split off. As they are actually, this is when they would be going home after a show. But you can see also that stopwatch on the right-hand side. And Blue Angel number 5 will say, stand by, hack, let's hack now. And then you keep talking in that cadence, let's hack now. The Blue Angel number, they take their hands off the throttle enough to hit those start buttons right on time, because those timings are incredibly difficult because the Blue Angel solo pilots have to cross at show center on their opposing maneuvers, and they have amazing ability to judge the wind, and they know what the winds are to make sure that their crosses are going to be right at the right position on time.
You know, you're talking about Blue Angel number 7, the narrator for the Blue Angel show. You were just mentioning, we're watching video of O'Connell right here, was upstairs one level up from us this time last year. So it's a progression when you become a Blue Angel and you're the narrator of the Blue Angels. You're not just a pretty face, you're not just a voice like, you know, Rob and myself. You are actually a pilot yourself, and that is an incredible testament to be that teamwork, that skill. Look at that precision flying right there. What a great view, but great angle right here from the cockpit.
This is a maneuver where the diamond performs where numbers 1 and 4 go inverted and numbers 2 and 3 then close it up. And this maneuver is incredibly challenging, especially when they finish the maneuver. They'll spread back out and the boss will say, ready, break. And then they will go up right side up and then rejoin for their next maneuver. So you were saying, Brian, about number 7. Blue Angel number 7 doesn't stay number 7 the second year in. Right. Let's take a look at how the Blue Angels progress and change, because half the team changes every year. Let's watch. Every year, there are 3 pilots that stay with the team for the next season. They use their knowledge and experience to train the 3 new pilots. So, for example, a second-year boss will train the new right wing, which is the new number 2. The second year number 3 now becomes the slot pilot number 4, which then trains the new number 3. If it's a new first-year boss, the number 2 pilot on their second year will train the new boss. For the solos, number 6, the opposing solo, becomes the new lead solo, number 5. The current number 7, the narrator, becomes the new number 6. Then number 5 trains number 6. It's a progression that allows half of the demonstration pilots to turn over every year and yet maintain consistent excellence the Blue Angels are known for. And we are back. More in-cockpit views of the 18-inch wingtip to canopy clearance between the Blues. Watch, this is a delta formation where all 6 airplanes are together. This is a view from the slot pilot, Blue Angel number 4. And as we watch this, look at the way they cheat this maneuver. And as they come around, I've been in the back seat of that number 4, and I literally, had I not had a canopy there, Brian, I could have reached up and grabbed onto the missile rail of one of the other jets.
Yeah, I don't think that's recommended. I really don't think that's a good idea. I do want to ask, though, one question for you, Rob. You're an expert here. Of our broadcast team here today, we have 3 anchors. We've got Bridget, we've got Rob, and myself, Brian. 2 of the 3 of us have been inside a Blue Angels jet. So I want to throw 2 things out there. Number 1, I think it's my turn. So I think I should be next.
Okay.
And number 2, I want to ask you, Rob, what is it like? A lot of people they do the demo flights every year. What is it like to really be in a ride-along in those Blue Angels jets? What is it like to be watching this happen out in front of you live? And I know you said you could reach out and touch someone, which we don't recommend. What is that experience? Walk us through that.
It is very, very impressive to me when they're pulling G's. That's when it is so demanding physically. Blue Angels don't wear anti-G suits, but they have to train 6 days a week in the gym to be able to develop the tolerance to handle those G's that are imposed upon them. Now let's take a look now as we go to their next performer flying the Zivco Edge 540. This is Melissa Burns. Let's take a look at her as she flies for us here at Seafair and the Boeing Airshow. There she is. High energy G, punishing G aerobatics as she does this flat spin as she is not now flying the airplane, but the airplane was literally falling at about 3,000 feet per minute with a 350 horsepower motor. As I said earlier, the lightweight construction of the carbon fiber composite materials and the very, very strong and powerful 350 horsepower motor and helicopter, I should say propeller, the Hartzell claw propeller that is powering the aircraft enables her to do gyroscopic tumbling maneuvers that 40 years ago nobody believed were even possible. This is a very talented pilot, and she also has to be in tip-top physical condition to do it. That is called the hammerhead stall turn. She turns it on a dime there, and as she comes down, she puts it in through 2 1/4 snap rolls and reverses out to the left-hand side of the aerobatic box. Now, as she pulls up on the stick right there, she was experiencing about 9 to 10 G's. Now, as she changes every 45 degrees going across the top, this is called an octagon loop. So she gets every 45 degrees. Watch her pull again. There's another 45. She'll head at this point straight down, pull 45 for side 7, and pull 45 degrees, leveling off just about 100 feet above the surface, and a quick roll and a half, and oh man, she's pulling hard across the top. Now watch her, she comes down the 45. She does 2 rolls on the down line with a 1/2 Cuban 8. Now that Cuban 8 maneuver was actually invented by accident in 1936. And it was at the Miami Air Races, and a guy named Len Povey was doing a loop. He was too low to complete the loop safely, so he did what she did. She rolled out on the 45-degree downline, and he had smoke going. He did the same thing in the opposite direction, made it up. It looked like a figure 8 lying on its side. He was also training the Cuban Air Force to fly aerobatics, and they asked him what the maneuver was because nobody had ever seen it before. He said, Ocho Cubano, Cuban 8, and the name has stuck since 1936.
Some of the best performances are those things that happen out of necessity. Certainly, if you've been in broadcast television, you understand that. I'm looking out over the crowd, Rob, and everyone is glued to this acrobatic performance.
Yes, indeed. Now, Melissa and all the good aerobatic performers, they don't do anything that they haven't practiced literally thousands of times. You know, we talk about Malcolm Gladwell's book, The Tipping Point, where you have to do something 10,000 times to make it perfect. They will literally rehearse maneuvers at very high altitude so they've got room to recover. But it may look like she's along for the ride, but she is not. She is in control every second as she climbs now to over 2,000 feet above Lake Washington. She'll run out of airspeed. Now watch here. She starts to turn the airplane. It's going to fall backwards in what they call a tail slide. There's the recovery. The smoke comes back on, and she goes down with a snap roll. That's a high-speed stall of one wing, reversing it the other way as she lowers, comes very close over the water.
Look at that. And the crowd is applauding, cheering her on as she continues these acrobatic stunts. Absolutely breathtaking. You talk about the athleticism that is involved. Someone like a Melissa Burns just really has to be at the top of their game. They're watching what they're eating. They're certainly exercising and making sure that they can be in control of this aircraft when it comes to the acrobatics and the maneuverability, and to say nothing of the maintenance of the plane itself.
You can find out more about her by going to on Instagram at Melissa Sports Gal, or on Facebook, Melissa Dawn Burns, and on YouTube at Melissa Sports Gal as well. So she's got her www.sportsgal.com website. If you like what you see, you can check her out. She resides, as I mentioned, in Bellingham, Washington, and she's got a hell of a sponsor group, if I may say so myself. And I want to read some of those sponsors to you because they are the folks that help make it possible. CNT Motion Systems, building custom CNC machines. Sarasota Avionics, twin aircraft engines, Lightspeed aviation headsets with a new Zulu 4 aviation headset that's just come out. Aspen Avionics, Trig radios and transponders. Oregon Aero cushions, they make it very comfortable for her. And T&W Aircraft Electrical for the magnetos that give the spark to the cylinders that make that Lycoming AEIO 540 engine work.
I love all of that, and it's certainly a shout out to the sponsors, both of her and all of the events here. Unlimited World Acrobatics, youngest pilot, female pilot to compete in Unlimited World Aerobatics, and youngest female ever to make it to the U.S. Unlimited Aerobatic team at just 22 years old. A graduated of Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, 41 years old, Melissa Burns. Incredible extreme sports athlete that we're watching here. Over Lake Washington. You don't see this every day either.
As she flies the fuselage now in what is just about a knife-edge pass. The wings are generating very little lift here. It takes the power of the engine, the skill of the pilot, and the combination of the tail, particularly the rudder, to help keep her just exactly how many feet above the water she wants to be.
I would say she's just showing off now, but I feel like she's been showing off since she took to the skies over Lake Washington here.
No doubt.
This is incredible stuff. This is great. And as you mentioned earlier, you don't just get up there and play around. You don't just get up there and spin. You don't make things up as you go. You're really practicing and rehearsing and working these maneuvers, figuring out what you can do safely, figuring out what your exit strategy is, figuring out what the aircraft can do.
As she was inverted and pushed out, she experienced about 6 negative G's, where all the blood wants to rush to her head, and it feels like there's a vice on your head. It is very uncomfortable, but she was talking on our Friday rehearsal to the air boss, and they were working out some things for the show as she got her feel for what the aerobatic box, which is our stage in the sky here at Lake Washington, and it sounded like she was taking a walk in the park. She was flying heavy G's and experiencing that, and it was like her voice wasn't even being affected at all. There's -1 G. 2 points to a 4-point hesitation roll, a hard pull, and a snap roll, a double snap roll as she climbs up the 45-degree line. Top speed of this airplane approaches 270 miles per hour with a roll rate, a dizzying roll rate of that's well over one roll per second. I said 400, I think, earlier. I think it's closer to 500 degrees per second.
You say dizzying. I feel like anyone that has a fear of flying watching this is just thinking, gosh, you know what? Getting on a commercial jetliner is a walk in the park compared to some of these maneuvers and some of this action.
All of them.
I mean, Eddie, honestly, like I said, I told you earlier, I'm not going up to 30,000 feet there. I'm definitely not doing that. We have some Apollo Mechanical Cup results. We want to talk about boat U-91.
Read them down, dude.
You see them there. Corey Peabody, Dave Wilcock, Gunnar O'Farrell, Jamie Nilsson, and J. Michael Kelly, Jeff Barnhart. Congratulations to all of you. We will be back right after this.
Today's airshow broadcast from Seafair Weekend Festival is brought to you by Boeing.
Brian Westbrook back with Rob Ryder. We also are joined now by Terry Beeshold, Vice President and General Manager of the Boeing 777-9 Development Program. I want to hear a little bit about your role and your experience here at Seafair.
Oh, well, first of all, it's just a real privilege to be able to represent the 67,000 Boeing teammates in Washington State. You know, growing up, I went to air shows all the time. And so when we raised our 4 kids, we always went to air shows. And it's really special to have some of them here with us.
That's
enjoying
awesome.
This air show, our grandkids too.
The best family entertainment going.
It's great, and we know that this is a milestone year for the 777. Why don't you tell us about that, and really specifically this 777-9 that we're going to see in a little bit.
Yeah, well, this is a big year. 30 years ago, the original 777-200 was introduced into service with United Airlines. And I just checked, the second airplane ever produced just landed in Denver. So it's still flying, and the fleet has accumulated many hours. They've flown over 4 billion passengers over the last 30 years. And to put that in perspective, that's like filling Lumen Field to capacity every day for 160 years. So it's an incredible legacy.
That's a lot of Seahawks games.
Yeah,
That's right. Let me ask Terry about the development of the airplane. Since I first saw it back in Cincinnati when it flew over the GE engine plane, GE aircraft engines in Evendale outside of Cincinnati. Biggest airplane I'd ever seen in my life, maybe even it looked bigger than a C-5. But what has been the progression of the development of the airplane in terms of its capacity, its performance, and its amenities for the airline passenger?
Yeah, no, it's wonderful building off that 30-year legacy of the 777 family, to be able to bring in the best of the 787 technology, the best of the 777, and some new technology. And it really starts with this 4th generation composite wing.
Yeah.
Super efficient wing. It's also the GE9X engine. Unmatched performance that contributes to our fuel efficiency. So it's been just a great undertaking to bring this family legacy on to the next many decades.
I think the GE engine generates what, close to 30,000 pounds of thrust?
Well, actually, no, it's actually less thrust than the legacy 777 because of that great wing. It's 105,000 pounds of thrust on the engine.
You're talking about 10% lower fuel emissions, 10% lower operating cost, which of course air carriers around the globe are very excited about. What about the customers? What about the passenger experience? I know you've taken some things from other learnings from other aircrafts and brought them into the 777.
Right, yeah. Again, the environmental performance is really important. The fuel efficiency is huge compared to current airplanes. And the customer experience, just like the 787, we were very focused on designing the cabin for our customers. Larger windows, wider cabin for more room.
16 more inches.
Beautiful interior architecture, improved ride comfort. So the overall environment in the cabin is just really going to set a new standard.
Look at the size of that intake.
Isn't that beautiful?
Here we are watching the 777-9 on your screen, just to the side there. As we think about the 777-9 development program and all of the efforts that have gone into it, a lot of options for the airline carriers to build that hard product that customers are wanting. We know that customers around the globe are demanding a more premium experience when it comes to, premium economy, comfort seats, first class, business class, lie flat. What does the additional capacity, the additional infrastructure of the 777-9 give those carriers, and ultimately me, the passenger, when I'm turning left on my aircraft and going off to London or Amsterdam or anywhere around the world? What does that do for me?
Well, it's a larger fuselage length. We've stretched the airplane. We've made it wider, so it's got a lot of flexibility for our customers to configure the airplane for their operations. And a connected airplane provides continuous connectivity for our passengers. It's just going to be a great experience.
And I know we're not, this is a commercial airliner here, so it's got up to 426 seats in a typical configuration, but the 777 is also an amazing freighter aircraft as well. Tell us about that.
That's right. Once we finish certifying the 777-9, right behind it is a Dash 8 freighter, which we're excited to introduce.
That's fantastic. If you live in the Seattle area and you're watching this at home, you've seen this aircraft as you drive down I-5 on the right side, and when you're in the passenger seat, of course, you see these aircraft on the north end of Boeing Field. These are some of the first 777-9s being manufactured and being released to customers. It's exciting to see it. It's also exciting to see it maneuver. And as a pilot, just some incredible skills here. What are these pilots doing right now? Are they showing off the capabilities of the plane, or are they just flying it to Denver?
No, these pilots are awesome. This flight is being flown by Captain Mike Kingan and also Corhan Oregon, and they are just awesome pilots, just demonstrating the capabilities of this incredible airplane. Interesting point, I worked with Captain Oregon's father developing the 787, and it's an example of the multi-generations within the Boeing company. Families.
Yeah.
My dad worked at Boeing in the early 60s, and then my son is an engineer at Boeing. So that's pretty common in many places where you have families that have just been part of this amazing story.
My dad worked at Boeing. I did not follow in his footsteps, but certainly a huge fan of the Boeing products, the Boeing planes, and the Boeing experience. out of Boeing Field. Blue Angels are going through their pre-flight checklist. They will be over Lake Washington. We're going to come right back after this.
Today's airshow broadcast from Seafair Weekend Festival is brought to you by Boeing.
Yes, indeed. We are back.
And a big welcome back to the Boeing Seafair Airshow. We are very excited. Brian Westbrook along with Rob Ryder. We are just minutes away from the Blue Angels presentation. But of course, the Blue Angels would not be complete without an entire support staff. I'm not just talking about the men and women, but the C-130, known as Fat Albert.
The all-marine crew of Fat Albert and inbound right now, and we'll be turning things over here almost immediately to Major Scott Locks, call sign Goldie, as the all-marine crew brings the most famous Lockheed Martin C-130 Hercules. It's a J model, the new one, the Super Hercules, as it comes here to the Boeing Air Show. Here's Scott Locks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron takes pleasure in performing for you this, our 28th flight demonstration of the 2025 season. I am Major Scott Locks, narrator for the Blue Angels. The Blue Angels maintenance crew and their equipment travel aboard a United States Marine Corps C-130 Super Hercules, affectionately known as Fat Albert. It is the large blue and white aircraft that just passed directly overhead. Fat Albert arrives at each show site carrying the necessary personnel and equipment required to support the Blue Angels flight demonstration. Over the course of a complete show season, Fat Albert will fly more than 100,000 miles, carrying a normal show load of 45,000 pounds of fuel, 35,000 pounds of equipment, and a specialized maintenance and support team of nearly 50 personnel. Today, Fat Albert will be demonstrating the high-performance climb capability of the Lockheed Martin C-130 Super Hercules. Approaching center point, they'll execute a maximum performance climb, placing the aircraft in a 45-degree nose-up attitude. The C-130 Hercules, built by the Lockheed Martin Aircraft Company, was first produced in 1956. It was designed as a tactical transport aircraft, capable of lifting heavy payloads both into and out of short or unimproved airstrips, as well as providing air delivery and close air support. The aircraft is powered by 4 Rolls-Royce turboprop engines, producing more than 18,000 shaft horsepower, enabling takeoffs on runways as short as 2,500 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Becker is now positioning Fat Albert behind the crowd to the right for a parade pass, flown at airspeeds approaching 300 miles per hour. From the right, the Fat Albert Parade Pass. The C-130 is capable of carrying a payload of 40,000 pounds at a top speed of 375 miles per hour and at altitudes as high as 35,000 feet. Captain Becker is now positioning Fat Albert for a low-altitude, high-speed pass. From the left, the Fat Albert Flat Pass. Fat Albert is flown by an all-Marine crew, led by Major Sam Petco from Osceola, Indiana, Captain Isaac Becker from Austin, Texas, and Major Josh Horman from Kansas City, Missouri. The enlisted aircrew for today's flight demonstration are Gunnery Sergeant Brandon Wishart from Seattle, Washington, Staff Sergeant Lauren Song from Aurora, Colorado, Staff Sergeant Matthew Thompson from Woodstock, Georgia, and Staff Sergeant Colin Handlin from Michigan City, Indiana. Five Marine Corps squadrons currently operate aerial refueling versions of the C-130 Super Hercules. Designated as the KC-130, they are capable of providing tactical in-flight refueling to jet, helicopter, and tilt-rotor aircraft. Additionally, Marine Corps KC-130s serve an integral role in the Marine Air Ground Task Force around the world. Most recently, they have been employed in operations throughout South America, Africa, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, now directly before you, the Blue Angel C-130. Fat Albert. Since 1946, the Blue Angels have had the unique privilege of demonstrating to the American public the precision techniques of naval aviation, hoping to inspire a culture of excellence and service to country. The maneuvers you will see demonstrated here this afternoon are coordinated tactical techniques developed by Navy and Marine Corps pilots in both peacetime training and actual combat. These maneuvers are neither stunts nor daring feats, but are refinements of basic techniques taught to every prospective naval aviator. Here in the skies over Seattle, we will demonstrate these maneuvers at very low altitude in traditional Blue Angel formation, so that you may see and take pride in the precise fashion in which your Navy and Marine Corps pilots are trained to fly. Having completed their takeoff maneuvers at Boeing Field, the 6 demonstration pilots will rendezvous into the Blue Angel Delta. In this formation, the 2 solo pilots have joined to the outboard positions to create our signature 6-plane formation. As they approach, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the demonstration pilots you will be watching perform here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, flying Blue Angel number 1, the commanding officer and flight leader of the Blue Angels from Canton, Connecticut, Commander Adam Bryan. Flying Blue Angel number 2, the right wingman from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Commander Jack Kilty. Flying Blue Angel number 3, the left wingman from Beaufort, South Carolina, Major Brandon Wilkins. Flying Blue Angel number 4, the slot pilot from Georgetown, Texas, Lieutenant Commander Wes Perkins. Flying Blue Angel number 5, the lead solo from Baltimore, Maryland, Commander Thomas Zimmerman. And flying Blue Angel number 6, the opposing solo from Freeport, Maine, Lieutenant Commander Connor O'Donnell. The Navy's Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels, is the oldest performing U.S. military aviation demonstration team. Since 1946, the Blue Angels have brought naval aviation to men and women of all ages across the country. We were first based at Naval Air Station Jacksonville, Florida, flying F-6F Hellcats. We continued flying Grumman Corporation aircraft for 22 years, transitioning in late 1946 to the more powerful and faster F-8F Bearcat. In 1950, we transitioned to jet aircraft with the straight-wing F-9F2 Panther, the predecessor of the swept-wing F-9F8 Cougar, which we received in 1955. In 1957, the Blue Angels became equipped with high-performance aircraft with the arrival of the supersonic F-11F Tiger. In 1969, we received the McDonnell Douglas F-4 Phantom and flew this supersonic jet until 1974, when we transitioned to the A-4 Skyhawk. In 1987, we acquired the F-18 Hornet and demonstrated its reliability over 34 show seasons. We are now in our 5th year of flying the combat-proven Boeing F/A-18 Super Hornet. As the Delta approaches, you should get a good look at the entire Blue Angels formation prior to individual diamond and solo maneuvering. Now, directly before you, the 2025 Blue Angels. Approaching the spectator area, Blue Angels 5 and 6 will accelerate to 400 miles per hour and pull back toward the show line. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing 360 pass. The Blue Angel Diamond will momentarily be making its approach from the right. In relatively slow speed flight, they will give you an opportunity to get a close look at the precision flying that produces the 18-inch wingtip to canopy separation between these 4 aircraft. From the right,
the Blue Angel Diamond. In a display of precision flying, the 2 solo pilots will soon cross over center point with minimum separation. Approaching center point nose to nose, Commander Bryan and Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell will roll their aircraft at 90 degrees angle of bank and cross canopy to canopy as they perform the opposing knife edge pass. The Diamond is approaching for a maneuver that is likely familiar to those of you who have seen the Blue Angels perform in the past. From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Diamond roll. All 4 aircraft flying as one in this graceful 360-degree rolling maneuver. The 2 solo pilots will next demonstrate the inverted flight capability of the F-18. Approaching nose to nose, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees and pass inverted. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing inverted to inverted pass.
To the left, the Diamond is setting up for their next maneuver. Approaching center point on Commander Brian's command, all 4 pilots will simultaneously roll their aircraft 360 degrees as they perform the Diamond aileron roll. Here's Commander Brian.
Clear. Steady headed.
Pilots and aviation enthusiasts who appreciate the difficulties associated with carrier aviation will enjoy this next maneuver, demonstrated by the 2 solo pilots. To the right, Commander Zimmerman and Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell will establish a mirror image formation. However, look closely as both aircraft are in the carrier landing configuration as they approach for a maneuver we call the Fortus. For Navy and Marine Corps pilots who must land their aircraft on the small and sometimes pitching deck of an aircraft carrier at sea, slow-speed flight is just as important as high-speed flight. In order to demonstrate the dirty, slow-speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet, Commander Brian has called for the extension of the landing gear and tail hooks by the 4 Diamond pilots as they execute a maneuver performed by no other jet demonstration team in the world today. From the left, the Diamond Dirty Roll. To the left, Commander Zimmerman is approaching to demonstrate the maximum performance turn rate of the F-18. He'll execute a 7.5 G afterburning turn and exit the show line vertically, showcasing the Super Hornet's turbo nose-low capability. As the 4 Diamond pilots approach once again, you should notice 2 significant modifications. The wingmen, Commander Kilty and Major Wilkins, maintain minimum wingtip to canopy separation. However, the flight leader and slot pilot are both in the inverted position. From the right, the Blue Angel double Farvel. From behind the spectator area, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are approaching the shoreline at 400 miles per hour. Having rolled their aircraft 270 degrees and crossed with minimum separation, watch as both pilots sustain 6 times the force of gravity to cross their aircraft over show center. The 4 Diamond pilots are now stacked down and aft on a 45-degree bearing line to form a right echelon formation. From the right, at 378 miles per hour, the Blue Angel Echelon Parade. Setting up for their next maneuver, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are converging on center point to demonstrate the rapid roll rate of the F-18's fly-by-wire flight control system. Crossing center point, they will complete 2 consecutive rolls, totaling 720 degrees, with a combined closure rate of over 800 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing horizontal rolls. To the left, Commander Bryan is calling for a formation change, shifting the wingman into a left echelon formation. From the left, at 400 miles per hour, the Blue Angel left echelon flat pass. As they exit to the right, watch as the 3 wingmen smoothly shift back into the Blue Angel Diamond. Now the Blue Angels 5 and 6 have your attention. You have witnessed firsthand the ability of a tactical aircraft at high speed to sneak into a target area virtually undetected. Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell will complete the maneuver with a series of vertical rolls, while Commander Zimmerman completes his rendezvous with the Diamond to the right. To the right, Commander Zimmerman has joined the Diamond in a line abreast formation. Still maintaining minimum separation, the pilots must now align themselves by looking 90 degrees from their flight path toward Commander Bryan's aircraft. From the right, at 350 miles per hour, the 5-plane line abreast flat pass. As they exit to the left, Commander Bryan calls for another formation change prior to detaching Blue Angel number 5. You have seen several flight profiles of the F-18. The 2 solo pilots will next demonstrate precision roll rate control. Crossing center point, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees, pausing after each 90 degrees of rotation. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing 4-point hesitation roll. From behind the crowd, Commander Bryan is rolling out the diamond formation for another dynamic maneuver, the low brake cross. Approaching center point, each pilot will perform an individual brake turn and exit the show line in a separate direction. As each aircraft accelerates to 500 miles per hour, they will perform a reversal turn back toward the show line. You should be able to follow their individual smoke trails as all 4 aircraft converge on center point with maximum closure and minimum separation. Back to the right, the 2 solo pilots are making their approach to the flight line. Approaching center point, they will simultaneously roll their aircraft 420 degrees in section. Ladies and gentlemen, the double tuck-over roll. In front of the crowd to the left, the Diamond is rolling out to demonstrate the awesome power of these General Electric F414 engines. Let's listen as Commander Brian calls for the selection of Afterburner by the 4 Diamond pilots. As they pass over center point, you will hear and feel the thunder of 8 engines producing 168,000 pounds of thrust.
Coming up. Okay. Burners ready now. Comes up. A little more. Burners ready now. Easy power. Easy more power.
To the right, Commander Zimmerman and Lieutenant Commander O'Donnell are approaching to demonstrate the slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet in the clean configuration. They'll pass before you virtually standing Blue Angels 5 and 6 on their tails. At less than 120 miles per hour, the fly-by-wire flight controls provide the slow speed handling that sets the Super Hornet apart in the air-to-air arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the Section High Alpha Pass. The Blue Angels, home-based in Pensacola, Florida, completed an intensive winter training period at Naval Air Facility El Centro, California. The beautiful weather of the Imperial Valley provided us with the optimum conditions to fly each of the demonstration pilots on the 120 training flights necessary prior to our first public demonstration. Our show season opened on the 15th of March and runs through early November. The Blue Angels will perform 65 flight demonstrations this season while visiting 32 cities throughout the United States. The next portion of our flight demonstration will feature all 6 aircraft flying in formation. The Blue Angel Delta has been our signature 6-plane formation since 1958. Behind the crowd, to the right, the 2 solo pilots have joined the Diamonds to form the Blue Angel Delta. To the right, the Delta is setting up for their first maneuver. Approaching center point, on Commander Bryant's command, all 6 pilots will simultaneously roll their aircraft 360 degrees as they perform the Delta aileron roll. Let's listen in.
Little pulse. Steady, hit it.
From the left, at 400 miles per hour, all 6 aircraft are approaching for the maneuvering delta. As they pass over center point, you should get a good look at the delta set used by the 5 wingmen. For a description of our maneuvers, as well as an in-depth look at our team and individual biographies, we invite you to visit our website and follow us on social media, including Facebook and Instagram. In front of the crowd, the Delta is making its approach to the show line. Approaching center point, the entire formation will separate in dramatic fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angel Delta Breakout. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron represents a time-honored tradition of pride, professionalism, and excellence, spanning 114 years of naval aviation. The 2025 team takes a great deal of pride in saluting Navy and Marine Corps aviators, maintenance crews, and support personnel everywhere. From the right, representing your United States Navy and Marine Corps, the 2025 Blue Angels.
was just an incredible show by the U.S. Navy Blue Angels. You see as they head back to Boeing Field. Thank you so much for watching with us today. That was incredible. We've got a lot more going on, but Rob, thoughts about the Blue Angels?
Well, they are an incredibly talented group of naval aviators who spend close to 300 days a year on the road doing 35 different cities and a practice and 2 performances at each, and it takes a special kind of person to not only be that kind of a pilot but be the kind of representative for the United States Navy. They're the best.
And certainly a demonstration of the armed forces around the world. We're going to be right back from the awards presentation coming up.
Welcome to the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Boeing Airshow and the Apollo Mechanical Cup.
What a day we have had, everybody. The sea, the sky, and here at Lake Washington,
Lake Washington. You're in Washington State.
I had it right.
Wow.
And what a treat it has been to be here. This is my first time to be at Seafair, and Brian, it is a wonderful festival, having met so many of the people who have contributed so much to it, and so that the people of Seattle can enjoy the best of the best from the Blue Angels to the F-16, the F-35B, the folks from Boeing, the helicopters, the Coast Guard, and everybody. It's just really, really tremendous.
And the hydroplanes, and we'll bring some more of that recap in just a moment. And we do want to get to the trophy stage. But before we do, I just want to say a big thank you to all of the local audience watching. If you're watching from here in the Seattle area, my phone's been blowing up. A lot of you on Instagram and X and all of the other platforms have been saying hello. So a big hello to you as well. Gus, Elliot, Bobby, everybody's been watching and having a great time here today. It's been fun to join you, Rob. Welcome to Seafair for your first year. It is great to have you here in the Northwest. Of course, we are in Boeing's backyard, so it's great to have them as a title sponsor of this air show. We got the opportunity to talk to 2 just amazing individuals, Lance and Terry from Boeing, as well as our friends at Apollo Mechanical. It was just a great show. Really, really big sense of community, bringing everyone here together, as Emily Cantrell said earlier in the broadcast.
Without a doubt, a community that has a 50 or 76-year history since 1950 when it started. It is pre-Space Needle, pre-all that kind of stuff, and it has endured so very, very well over the years.
Emily Cantrell, the new president and CEO, said it best when she said, you know, the community needed something in the summer. And I would say that filling a void was the initial goal, perhaps, but now this is Seattle summer. This defines it, and here on beautiful Lake Washington, you see the outdoors, you see our waters, you see our just community gathering. Look at that live shot there. You can see just an incredible display. Seattle really being on display here. You see the with the 4th of July fireworks beginning and all the way through, showing off our waterfront at the Torchlight last weekend. But look at this, people just having their boats out there. They're enjoying a great summer day and an absolutely incredible performance by some amazing athletes, both in the water and in the air.
As we think about what it takes to be that kind of, to operate at that kind of level, like the Blue Angels, like Melissa, like everybody else that's been involved in this, and all of the boat racers, it is an amazing thing to me to have watched in person something that I've only seen a few times in the past, and that's the Unlimiteds in particular. The kind of the G-forces that those drivers, those boat drivers experience lateral G's, that can make you as sick as going upside down and pulling G's.
Incredible. And you know, you're really just throwing the body through its paces, and you have to be that athlete. I want to ask you, Rob, real quick, favorite moment of the entire weekend?
Wow.
Putting him on the spot here.
Yeah, I think probably it has to do with...
hanging out with me?
Well, that would be the first.
That
the
was
second,
number 2, okay.
Yeah, the second would be to actually see these hydroplane races and to work with Nate and Steve and hear their calling of the races and hear what's going on. There is such strategy that goes on, and in no small difference between the kind of precision that goes on in the air that also goes on in these races in terms of who can occupy what part of the water and being a rooster tail behind or a certain number of lengths ahead, and to see them with one foot on that accelerator on the right pedal and then the canard with the left to keep that boat just on the water. And I think we were when we were talking to Steve earlier, telling us that the propellers were about 90%, I think, out of the water when they're getting spun like that. I had no idea. And to reach those kinds of speeds, I'm very impressive.
I got to say, and my number one, certainly working with you, is on the list, somewhere in the top 5. But there have been a couple of moments throughout the course of the weekend that really just kind of grabbed at my heartstrings. One of them in particular, we were watching Blue Angels rehearsal yesterday, and a friend of mine, Joel, brought his family and was able to watch here. And 7 and 8 came down. The Blue Angels came down, Lily, and they came down, and they were able to say hi to the kids. And that's kind of, for me, what Seafair is about. It's about growing up in the Northwest. It's about inspiring the next generation. The junior hydros that we saw out there, everyone that comes around and looks for autographs, whether they're dressed up as a Blue Angel, they want to be a pilot. We've had a lot of conversations. You have yourself about the next generation of aviators learning from the future generation, from the previous generations. And that's really, for me, the takeaway of Seafair, of this weekend, of this summer, is inspiring. We're not young chickens anymore. I mean, you are. I'm not. I feel like it's a great opportunity for us to send it down to the next generations and encourage those professional aviators, whether it be commercial or aerobatics or in the water, in the air.
Indeed, and I will tell you 2 quick examples. One, Connor O'Donnell, who's now number 6.
Number 6.
He first saw the Blue Angels when he was a kid at Brunswick, Maine, at the old Naval Air Station Brunswick in Maine when I was announcing. That's the first time he saw the Blue Angels. And also, when we saw the video clip of the pilot of the Apache helicopter talking about having gone to air shows so many times as a kid and being inspired, those stories are, well, the former F-22 Raptor demo pilot for the Air Force, now a Thunderbird. He saw the Thunderbirds as a kid. He was inspired to pursue a path in his life that serves our country.
And I love these opportunities. Anytime that we have the opportunity to work in a profession where we can inspire the next generation, you never know, right? You never know who you're going to interact with, who you're going to see. The young kids, whether it be chatting with Scott Locks or anyone in this industry, in this world, in this feeling, it's just incredible. And you don't know that impact you're going to have. But here today at Seafair Lake Washington, again, for me, probably the #1 memory that I'll take away from here. And I also want to take advantage of this opportunity, if I may, just steal a little time, to thank each and every one of you behind the camera. There's a lot of our technicians, our photographers, our producers, our hosts, our stage managers, on down the line, Brian and Craig and the entire team. They're really just working even now to keep this broadcast going and have done just an amazing job making us feel right here at home at the booth, as well as to bring all of you the amazing visuals. Incredible visuals.
Including the drones that we're able to fly up there and follow the action of the races and give us views that would never be possible otherwise. So it's great, and Jeff Lee does a great job in calling those shots from the booth. He and I have worked together for many years. So thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Brian, and all the team. David, thank you, bud, our stage manager up here, and it's just a good thing. We've got the trophies coming up. We will be right back with that.
Ceremony. Thank you very much. All race teams and drivers, please report to the main stage.
You're watching the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Boeing Airshow and the Apollo Mechanical Cup.
We have been back and forth sharing this stage with Steve David and Nate Brown, and Steve had to go, but Nate, you're still here. Nice to share the stage with you to close things off. You had a great day, didn't you?
Well, thank you very much. And yes, it was a great day of racing. We had some good deck-to-deck stuff. We had some drama, like always. We had a lot of fans. It's just been a lot of fun here, and a lot of wonderful things have happened. A lot of memories I've already seen. It's wonderful to see Andrew Tate win the Apollo Cup. It was interesting to see Dave Villwalk stay out there because he couldn't shut the motor off.
That's right. Yeah.
So that was really fascinating. So there's a lot of cool stuff. There was Thunder Valley, who was able to sponsor the J Hydro trophies and stuff, and that was a wonderful thing. It's been an ongoing thing for them for a long time, and it's just great to be able to be here. I want to thank Craig McCachran for having me back again, and so it's just a wonderful team you guys have, and the show. Wonderful for I saw it all go together, and I'm learning something every time I see you guys.
Well,
indeed,
you're doing a great job. We appreciate having you here, Nate.
Thank you.
Well, let's go down to Bridget and see what's going on down there with some presentations. Bridget, you got it.
The Grand Prix Trophy presentation is sponsored by JJR Engineering and Fabrication.
BP-165 Cool Cat Motorsports, come on up. We're just going to keep going here. Grand Prix Hydroplane Racing, second place, GP79, Bad Influence. And your your Grand Prix Hydroplane Racing winner, GP17, Miss Renee Richards Racing, driver Austin Ekret. We're going to just keep things moving along here. If you guys can just step this way for me. Heat 1A, sponsored by NetTech U91, Miss Goodwin Real Estate. And Heat 1B, sponsored by Oberto U12 Graham Trucking. Heat 2A, sponsored by Ackley Brands U91, Miss Goodwin Real Estate. And Heat 2B, sponsored by Fremont Brewing U12 Graham Trucking. Heat 3A, sponsored by Apollo Mechanical Contractors U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate. Heat 3B, sponsored by Apollo Mechanical Contractors U8 Beacon Electric. Apollo Mechanical Cup, third place, U27. All right, we're going back to third place. Sorry about that, folks. Apollo Mechanical Cup, third place, U27. All right, Apollo Mechanical Cup, second place, U91 Beacon Plumbing. All right, we are moving on now to H1 Unlimited Trophy presentation. This one is sponsored by Apollo Mechanical Contractors, U91, Miss Goodman Real Estate, the driver, Andrew Tate. Let's give him a round of applause one more time. Perfect. Thank you again. And again, we'll just send it back to you guys over at the desk.
And we're back. How about that, Brian? Lots of happy winners right now.
And that shot you saw is right off of our side there. We can see the award presentations and absolutely just some great work. And I love seeing all of the teams getting together and being really spirited and love it. And we want to get right back down to Bridget, who's got Andrew.
Everyone at Goodman Real Estate, BWR Racing, John Goodman, Apollo Mechanical, they put their faith in me. The team gave me a great boat 3 years running now, so to get this done for them here in Seattle in their hometown means a lot to me for sure, but definitely more to these guys. I'd be remiss if I didn't kind of acknowledge the two boat racers back in the Midwest this week who lost their lives doing something that they love. So Dustin Pearson, Traden Schleicher, thanks for riding along with me this weekend. This one's for you.
That, Nate Brown, I was not aware of.
Yeah, it was sad. Also in the world, I think this last week's been rough. I think there was another person that passed away in Sweden, and there's some people still in the hospital. It's just been one of those weekends in outboard racing. It's a dangerous sport no matter what class you're in. And even this class, we've been very fortunate with safety cells and everything. But even look at what, honestly, Stacy Peabody here, Corey's wife fell off the back of the truck and hurt herself on the Beacon plumbing boat. And so that's, why Corey didn't drive that one heat. So everything you do in the pits here, these propellers are razor sharp, the skid fins are razor sharp. People are in a hurry and they rush around. And so there's some dangers to be involved here. So
aviation is also unforgiving.
And we certainly want to take a moment to remember all those lives that we've lost, whether it be in combat or in racing and in sports, really inspiring us. Their legacy lives on, and we definitely appreciate their sacrifices to give us what we have today. It's so great to take a moment to pause and to be grateful for that, and to really congratulate a lot of amazing athletes today on the winners podium, and those that didn't quite make it to the podium. They'll hopefully be back next year, and I do hope, Rob and Nate, that you are both back with us here next year as we bring
love to be.
Seafair 2026. Lots of great, exciting things happening. And I want to tell you, if you're watching us here at home or around the community, there are many Seafair activities that are still happening throughout the summer. There's a Music on the Water series that is happening on the Trek Ferry. That'll be going on through into September. Our summer is really just getting going here in Seattle. The weather is about to be beautiful, and we're about to have those Indian summers that we talk about where they just kind of stretch on August, September. And then also there's a Music in the Sky event happening at the Columbia Tower Club. So seafair.org is your place to learn about all of those great music festival events. A newer part of Seafair, but a great opportunity to get together in maybe a smaller community, celebrate some music, and get people together and relive your moments from Seafair weekend here.
And also, too, a Seafair organization, the Seafair Boat Club, is a volunteer organization, and this thing is full of volunteers. So if you want to get involved in Seafair, look it up. I'm sure Seafair can give you information to belong to the Seafair Boat Club and a lot of the races. If you're interested in belonging to APBA, driving a J-Stock if you have a 9-year-old, whatever, there's always room for people to want to help. Also, 99% of these teams in here run on a volunteer crew. My son is on the 11 crew. It's like it's all in the family too as well. But if you want to get involved, all you got to do is make a phone call, and you can get involved.
And I think, Nate, that applies to a lot of things, whether it be Seafair or another organization. Just speak up. It's great to give back. It's great to be involved. It's great to participate in your community. Find ways that you could just follow your passion, follow your dreams, follow your heart, and give back to your community in whatever form that may be.
Exactly, that's for sure. I mean, this day and state out here in the city, help people out. That's what it's all about. It doesn't matter who you are. Help people, and that's what'll make the world go round.
And then give it to the younger generations,
I think the attitude around here says everybody wants to be a friend, irrespective of where you're lie politically. When we see things like the American flag, we are all part of one country. My name is Rob Ryder.
And on behalf of Bridget Chavez and Nate and Steve, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Brian Westbrook. Take care and stay safe.
So long, everybody.
Today's broadcast for the Seafair Weekend Festival, featuring the Boeing Airshow and the Apollo Mechanical Cup, is a production of Seafair Television.